Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today at Brand Innovators. Today, we're going to talk to a tremendous amount of brands that are, looking at and considering the metaverse. We're going to talk a little bit about some themes for the metaverse. And before I get started, I just want to thank everyone for being here today. We're really excited to be here talking about this new and exciting channel that we think has just tremendous amount of opportunities for brands as we continue into the future. And without further ado, what I really wanted to do was kick off a little bit today about, kind of what AdMix is and how we think about the metaverse, how we approach it. Not so much, I really don't want this to be a sales pitch, but more so just to give everybody a little credibility about what we do and kind of our capabilities, to give you an idea of the types of services that are out there and that brands can lean into to get the guidance and assistance that they need. So I am going to share my screen real quickly here, and bear with me. Of course, love Zoom. I can't find what I'm looking for, right? Wouldn't that always be the case? Okay, hold on one second. There we go. There we are. So I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully everybody can see. And really what we're doing here at AdMix is that we say that we're building your dreams in the metaverse. We really talk about being a guide to help brands into the metaverse. Where they should be going, how they should be thinking about it, what are the different areas that they should be focused on when entering into the metaverse. And for us, really, we talk about, authenticity to your brand and authenticity to the community and the platform that you're on. And what we really do is we build within every platform. We have over 100 properties across 4 different platforms right now that are all Web3 platforms. We have the capability and the team to really, the way our focus is, it's a very simple approach. It's land, we own land, we help build. We build, we have the largest team of builders in the metaverse and Web3, and then we help grow and activate and extend that. So it's really a full stack offering to brands in terms of how you should be thinking about and approaching it. We're there along every step of the process. So there's a couple of different platforms that we'll talk about today, and you'll hear about if you haven't. I'd say probably the biggest ones that are discussed out there are Sandbox, Decentraland, some Space. There's a few more that are coming up, and we're capable of building within all of those. We'll give some examples within those as well. Here's some examples of some of the builds that we've done. This one in particular, this is in Decentraland. It's a little bit of a look and feel of what that looks like. And then, hold on one second. And then, so our model, as I mentioned, is really, we own land across 4 different metaverse platforms. We build brand experiences on that land. And then, again, as I mentioned, we strategize and grow and support those activations, which is really important. Each of these steps are really critical to the success that you'll be looking for as you, what's the right word to look for it, as you bring your brand into the metaverse, because no longer are brands advertising at consumers any longer. They're now inviting them in to experience your brand in a new and exciting way and telling that story. So there's a lot of storytelling involved there. And it's really important not only to know where you want to be within the different various metaverse platforms, but also how you want to build your experience, and then really what is it that you're doing to keep people coming back. You have to really think of it from a experiential marketing standpoint. And from that perspective, once somebody's been through your experience, how else can you engage them? How else can you keep them coming back so that they're enjoying the experience and interacting with your brand in the right way? And just to give you an example of some of the brands that we've worked with, Heineken, L'Oreal, Tyson, Havas, a variety of these it really runs the gambit, everything from literally helping them buy land into the metaverse, or actually leasing land from us and then doing a short-term activation and then building experiences within each of those. So there's so many different ways to enter the metaverse. There is no linear straight way to do it, but that is really the way that we've been helping guide brands into the metaverse. And here's some of the ideas that we come up with from that we share with clients. A lot of them are sketches initially to make sure that we're on the same page with what it is the overall theme is going to be and what kind of activation you want to have within the metaverse, which is really an entire process that you want to go through before we start building and really ideate and make sure everything is aligned with both, again, the community and also your brand. Here's an example of something that we did with Heineken. So it's a question of just getting out there and building and making sure, again, that it's the look and feel that you want and that you have the activities and integration that you're looking for within the experience. And then we also will build mocks. So here's an example of some mocks that we built for a European football club, just to give them a look and feel of what it would be, and really the consumers to walk around and experience the brand firsthand in this new channel. And then as we go back into, another example, here are some ideas of things that we've built, that we've sketched out when we're helping our brands, our brand clients into the metaverse in terms of really that entire process. We view this again from a creative perspective. So we're talking about really ideating and bringing that to life and visualizing it. And then what is it that it's going to be like from a sample of your brand? What's the experience going to be like from a consumer standpoint? And again, then we activate these experiences. You can do club activations, you could do branded experiences, and you can just do pure sponsorships within your experience. So it's really just a question. We really focus from a standpoint of outcomes. What are the outcomes you're looking for? And then we take a step back and then we build towards those outcomes, because as many of you may or may not know, measurement is still very nascent. The entire space is very nascent, and it's really important to make sure that you have your goals set up front so that you can track and measure those as best as possible. Here's an example of something that we're building within late Q2. It's a 3D, what we call the verse, that we're building to help guide brands through the different activations that they can do as examples, and actually physically walk them through within Decentraland, and then actually go on and build something as an example, or reskin it so that you can see what your brand looks like there from that perspective. And then beyond that, then later in Q2, we're talking about building mini versions within each island of specific categories, so that you can see what other folks within your category are doing. But not only that, to bring it to life so that you can see how within your specific category there's different activations that can really engage with consumers. And so these are things that we're really trying to do that make it a much more meaningful and rich experience from a brand perspective. And then again, I talked about this before, but how is it that you grow within the metaverse and within this experience? It's one thing to say that you've built something and that you're there, or you own land, or that you're running an activation, but it's a completely different experience once you actually physically have that built. It's important to understand that, as I mentioned before, you have to make sure that consumers are coming back. You have to keep giving them a reason to keep coming back, because once they've been through that experience, if you're not changing it on a fairly frequent basis, there's no reason for those consumers to come back. And there's a variety of different strategies, from NFTs and wearables that can help, and quests that you can take consumers on within these branded experiences, that are all really important to make sure that there's enough activity and excitement going on, and that you can really engage in with those consumers and tell that narrative and that different story about your brand. And here's just, again, some examples. You can host a panel. We're launching a major event here shortly, and we're producing a number of panels. So you can do those. You can do concerts, as many people have seen. And so it's really just a question about what the outcomes you're looking for and building it towards that. The other thing that we've really talked about is a lot of the folks that are in consumers that are coming into the metaverse may be doing so for the first time. And it's really important that when they get there, they understand why they would need to go upstairs, what they can expect from the experience, and directional places that they should go either through signage or NPCs, which are non-playing characters, to answer questions for consumers. So they're not wandering around within your space, but they really understand what they're supposed to be doing there and how the brand can really engage with them. So that was, again, just a quick overview of the way that we view the metaverse and how we help brands and help guide them. There's a number of other issues that go on that I could talk about for a long time to think about. But if I could really let anybody know and walk away with some top key points, and first and foremost, be authentic to your brand and be authentic to the platform. It really is important. Within this community, consumers are very vocal in terms of what they like and they don't like, and you want to make sure that you're as authentic as possible. And then also you need to think about where you want to be and how you really want to execute and what your brand wants to be represented as. There's, as I mentioned, Sandbox and Decentraland. I'll just use those as examples. The brand experience within Decentraland is a much more graphically rich, and even though gamified, as realistic as possible as we can get within the metaverse today, versus Sandbox, which is running in seasons, but also is a more gamified look and feel, more like a Minecraft. So I think that it's really important, and that's where we help guide brands is, what do you want the experience to be like from a consumer standpoint, and how comfortable are you with the way that your brand would be visually demonstrated within the platform. So, and then also the last thing is that the metaverse is growing and expanding every day. There are new metaverse platforms that are currently being worked on that will be launched within the next couple of months. So stay tuned. I think that the biggest opportunity for brands right now is to get in early and test and learn through these experiences, know what works and resonates with your audience. And then, as new platforms pop up, test them out and be able to be open-minded to understand that your audience could be in a variety of different metaverse platforms and not just one over the other. So anyway, we've got a great and exciting opportunity to listen to a number of different brand marketers in terms of what they've learned and how they're experiencing and thinking about the metaverse. Again, I'm Marty Berman. I'm Vice President of North American and LATAM Sales at AdMix. And thank you so much for spending time with us today. So without further ado, we're going to go right into our next panelist, where I'd like to invite Jonathan Campbell, who's on my team. He is going to, or actually, I apologize, it's going to be Bill Ember, who's going to talk with some folks. And like to thank you so much for joining us today. And we're going to transition to the next session and go from there. Thanks so much.
Marty, it's
me. It is me, not Bill. I apologize, Angelique. I'm so sorry. I got my schedule turned around. Nice to see you again. So it's Jonathan and Angelique. So thank you so much. I got my calendar a little mixed up there. So thanks so much. It's great to see you, Angelique. Thank you for joining us today.
Likewise. Thanks so much.
So Angelique, thank you so much again. We know it's early for you on the West Coast. I'm actually here on the East Coast today, although I'm normally in Chicago. So thanks again for taking the time this morning to talk all about the metaverse, Alo Yoga, Web 2 versus Web 3, and all of the different nuances that go into this space. But first, just to dive in here, I'd just love to learn a little bit more about you, your career so far and how you got to Alo Yoga.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, good morning and good afternoon if you're on the East Coast, Jonathan. Lovely to be here with you. I am the VP and Head of Marketing here at Alo Yoga. I got here in an interesting way. I started my career early off on the retail side of things within digital marketing. And I had always really been interested in all things, early tech adoption, early digital. And so I started my career, like I said, in retail, but it was really at a critical point in time where things in the retail industry were heavily shifting from, clienteling to in-store, really to shifting over to e-com. And so that's where I, started wetting my feet with all things transition from in-person to truly shifting off to digital and e-com. And I think that has stayed with me throughout my career. Obviously that's, close to 15 years ago now. I guess was a really interesting point in time where I was able to touch on a lot of firsts, right? You were touching on the build of first websites for retailers. You were touching on the first and opening up of social channels for retailers, touching on the first of testing within AR, testing within, what it meant to do growth marketing, and now all the way through to testing within Web3. So definitely a passion of mine throughout my career. I had a digital marketing agency for about 4 years. We specifically did all of digital for most of the L'Oreal brands in Canada. And when we sold our agency, I moved to the US, started with Sephora, joined a really innovative group down there in San Francisco, where we did all things social, all things, innovation lens first. And that kind of continued to be the gist of where my career was heading. I had a short stint at Dolby, so really focusing in on the audio visuals and how that can amplify marketing campaigns. Then was at Stitch Fix, and now finally at Alo Yoga, where I am staying for a while because I love it. And really being able to be at the forefront of not only building and continuing to grow community and brand, but truly innovating and diving into Web3. So,
that's fascinating. And the most important question is, are you a yogi?
I am a yogi. I am a yogi. So there's many different ways of being a yogi, but I do practice meditation each and every morning to start off my day. And then obviously, well, not obviously, but we have yoga at lunch every day at the office. We're mostly an in-person culture now. And so every day from 12 to 1, we have yoga. At 5 p.m., we have sound bath. And so those are all things that I continue to weave into my day.
And dogs are included in the yoga, right?
Dogs are included in the yoga. So for everyone tuning in, Jonathan and I had just a meet and greet call the other day. I was at the office today, I'm from home. And you could see how wild it was with all the puppies in the office.
So, in our conversation and just researching Alo a little bit, it's fascinating to me that you're playing in so many different spaces. You have apparel, traditional D2C, but then you also have the retail side, and you also have the class community side. Yeah. So I'm curious, when you talk about your brand as a health and wellness centered company or brand, what does that mean, and why did you decide to move in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, first, I think I could answer the later part of that question. I decided to move into a wellness brand because in the height of the pandemic, right, as we were all thinking through, what is really important, the health and safety of myself and my family, of my loved ones. There was nothing that was more important than obviously our health and our wellness, and getting the opportunity to go at a company that helps us tune in to that positive subconscious, whether that be via doing yoga throughout the day or meditating throughout the day, or just really focusing on our mindful movement, was something that was important to me, just values-wise, and connected and resonated with me as an individual. And then more largely so from a brand perspective, right, and marketing on the brand side, because we are such a holistic wellness offering brand, you can have many, many touch points with us. And that's what's so amazing about our community. You can be coming to us because you want to participate in yoga and you want to find the very, very best apparel or gear, whether it be mats or yoga blocks, to help you do that practice. But you could also not be interested in that. You could be interested in finding the absolutely most, clean skincare there is in the business. And we have beautiful skin and body care made here in California that's clean, green, phthalate-free. And that might be how you want to experience wellness for yourself. But again, on the other side, it might be via Alo Moves, which is our application and app and platform where you can, take a HIIT class throughout the day, take yoga, take meditation, take breath work, listen to a sound bath to go to sleep. And so whatever your inkling into wellness may be, or whatever your preference is, it's stays true to our purpose to help bring that to the world. But there really is something for everyone. You could also be on the far side of being like, hey, I want to look like I go to yoga and I just want to go to brunch and look cute. And that's okay too, right? If that's how you like start getting into it. So there really is something for every community here. And I think that's wonderful, both on the men's and women's side of things.
And has the journey for the brand, is that grounded in customer insights, that kind of that vision or that brand purpose? Does that stem from like a deep rooted understanding of your customer?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely grounded in consumer insights. Really important for us to understand who we're speaking to and who we're engaging with. Our community is at the core of everything that we do. And so we consistently, always look for feedback, always look for innovations that speak to them. We know that our consumer overall is an early adopter. So probably leading into our next conversations about Web3, but our consumer is definitely an early adopter, and he or she want to be at the forefront of what's new in the space. And so whether that may be experiencing new types of workouts or experiencing things that enhance their workouts, we dabble in all of those spaces, and that definitely is who he and she are.
That's fascinating, though. I think that's a perfect segue, because what I was going to lead into next was kind of getting into the brand's entry into the metaverse, and we'll get to that in a second. But as just a quick kind of backstory for myself, is I've been talking to brands about entering the metaverse for about 9 months now. And I remember it was early 2022 when I saw that your brand had built an experience in Roblox. And I was just kind of shocked and surprised, right? Because when you think of a brand entering the metaverse, I don't think Alo Yoga is the first one that pops to mind, right? So I'm really curious to hear the story behind that decision to enter Web 2 specifically. So maybe we'll start with Web 2 metaverse and talk about your decision there and also the challenges that you may have faced internally to be able to sell that project through to internal stakeholders. So why don't we start with entering Roblox and everything that you learned there, and then we can move from there to Web 3.
Yeah, and hopefully it may not have been the brand that you've thought of back then, but it sure might be one now, and that's really exciting for us. We decided to dip our toes within the metaverse, definitely with a Web 2 experience, and that is with Roblox specifically. When we were kind of evaluating what we were going to do, we found ourselves at a really interesting point in time where we knew that we wanted to dive into Web3 significantly, but we knew that first we had to meet our consumers where they were, and also knew that whatever we were going to do was going to feel consistently authentic to everything that we do, that had a strong wellness and mindfulness component to it. And so knew before even going out and building it that we wanted something that resonated not only true to our brand, but true to what our audiences were looking for in us. And that's, again, helping folks lead the very best wellness lifestyle that they may so choose, whatever that may be and whatever that looks like. And so when we dove in, we partnered with Roblox in large part due to the capabilities on the platform, knowing, and I think this might have been, this definitely rings true to what Martin was saying previously in the last session, that you just have to test it out, and brands, like, the best advice you could do is just test it out and go out and see, and knew that Roblox was the perfect platform to help us do that. We found ourselves at an interesting time where we knew we were going to dive in, but at the crux, or at the height of the pandemic of the start of this year in January, we were the official wellness partner of New York Fashion Week. And the first week of January, coming back from the holidays, we were like, okay, there is a high possibility that we are not activating in New York City at Spring Studios, and that fashion shows will get shut down. So what do we do? How do we still ensure that we have a wellness experience at Fashion Week? And we had already started kind of brainstorming what our Web 2 experience would look like within Roblox, and so moved and shifted timelines up to be able to meet it in time for Fashion Week, which is February 10th. Thankfully, Fashion Week still took place, so we were activating on site, but our experience is really what led us, our experience within Roblox. And what that looks like, it's basically a sanctuary island in which you come in, all of a sudden you're greeted with meditation and calming music, visuals that are highly, like not highly stimulating, but rather calming instead. And you come into that experience as your avatar. You can redeem, of course, yoga mats and clothing, but that's only based on completion of meditation, of yoga. And so you really have this wonderful place where you can come and do, free yoga classes or join a community that's joining in meditation at any given point in time. And let's say you come 3 days in a row, then you were able to unlock the hat for your avatar. If you came 5 days in a row, you were able to unlock, let's say,
gamified the experience.
Yeah, gamified the experience. And that was really wonderful. We were very impressed and surprised with the metrics. So we're 3 months of launch now, but within 24 hours, we were at 1.2 million views, which was really, really exciting because we launched at the same time as other quite notable experiences within Roblox, and we were just crushing it.
And as a view, is the same thing, a view is the same as an engagement, or are they distinct?
It's distinct. It's a unique user going in the experience and playing the game, for lack of better words. It's an experience, but engaging. So not an engagement in the sense of not individual counts. Like you could redeem a mat, that would have been an engagement. You could click into a meditation and sit down with your avatar, put your phone down, and then actually meditate. That would have been an experience, but that's not what this was. This is really unique users coming into the platform. And so that was within 24 hours. Now that we're 3 months down the line, we're actually close to 33 million unique users and visitors to the experience. And
I was shocked when you said that to me.
Yeah, so were we, pleasantly surprised. And not only that, we have 39.6 million pieces of digital fashion being worn on avatars. And so, it was really wonderful seeing the experience that folks really wanted to unlock digital fashion for the avatars, or on the flip side, they really wanted to continue their meditation journey and their yoga journey with us and came, 30 days in a row consecutively to unlock more and more. And for us, that gamified aspect is wonderful. And it was just like as a treat, or sorry, not a treat, but like a thank you to folks to continuing to prioritize themselves and take time for their mindfulness. But at the same time, that means, we had millions of folks coming in and meditating with us for months on end and continuing to do so. And that really is meaningful and wonderful and rings true to our purpose and vision here at Alo.
And I get two separate questions on that. One, did you have any challenge getting buy-in from other stakeholders internally? Because I know you're very passionate about it, and it's clear that if you're passionate, it's going to happen. But number two is, were you able to engage with these attendees outside of the metaverse?
Yeah, those are two great questions. And sorry, I know you asked that previously about stakeholders. So in terms of selling it in, I think it was not necessarily a challenge, but it was like, oh, well, how does this continue to build our mission and purpose here at Alo? How is this linked to everything that we do? And I think in socializing it internally, because it wasn't tied to something specific at first. It was like, hey, we're going to dip our toes. We're going to take our time testing out the waters. For us here at Alo, a test and learn is always a win. And that I'm incredibly lucky to have that for myself, but for my team and my organization. And test and learn can be a KPI and is a KPI. So that wasn't necessarily hard.
That's music to my ears, as we say that all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, and so totally see eye to eye on that. Both Alo and Admix, I think we have a lot of similarities and synchronicities here. But yeah, definitely true to us. And it was more so, hey, we're actually going to push this up a month and a half. We're going to take our time. We're going to look at how, you know, this is built and socialize it. But I think what's important for everyone here to know is that, I mean, of course, this is Web 2, but the notion of a metaverse definitely is Web 3 leaning. And so I think it's important for us to approach projects that are Web 3 leaning in a different way that we do approach Web 2, right? It's kind of an internal shift at companies to take that lens. It is speed to market. It is test and learn. If you fail, that's okay. You can do it again, as long as it's ethical, right? And based in your values, not only as an individual, but in your company values. And so us moving up the timeline did require some buy-in, and that was very quick in doing so. Maybe it was in 2 executive meetings and just showing the larger vision for it, the larger roadmap, which, you know, started with this experience in Web 2, but then continued to grow into how we're next going into Web 3 and what that looks like for the entirety of 2022. And again, this was at like maybe 3 weeks into January. And once that was seen, of course, it's definitely an educational moment for a lot of folks, right? I specifically collect and invest in the Web3 space, right, as an individual. And I don't want to assume that my peers or counterparts are doing the same, and that's not fair to ask that. So it really was on me to educate and to let them know, you know, this is what NFTs are. This is what the Web3 space looks like. Metaverse has so many meanings, but these are how they show up in various experiences and the various platforms that are at the forefront today. So it took some education, and I think that is wonderful for all kind of everyone at the company now, because everyone does have buy-in and everyone is excited for not only the success that we got in Roblox, but what's to come.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
Were you going to keep on going?
Well, no, I was going to flip over to your second question, but you may have wanted to pivot that. So,
well, we can get back to that when we talk about Web3 a little bit, because
yeah.
I am curious. You know, some of the attendees may not have a great understanding of Web 2 versus Web 3. So I think now is the perfect time to for you to give your perspective on, you know, how the two differ and what is possible in Web 3 versus Web 2 and why you think the metaverse is heading towards a Web 3 route versus a Web 2.
Yeah. I mean, to sum it in the most simplistic terms, right? The difference between Web 2 and Web 3 is ownership. And so that unlocks so many things. That unlocks things like co-creation. That unlocks things like remunerating artists and project leaders in a different way. That includes not only being part of a community, but owning that community and starting things within that community. And so it's highly, highly exciting, especially for brands, just knowing that you know, as we talk in the Web 2 space, or we have over the last few years about brand advocates, now heading into Web 3, it becomes much more than that. It's almost like brand owners along with you, and not in a scary way for any brand. So I don't mean to scare anyone, like your IP is still stayed and yours, but it's beautiful when you see that grow and change into something else that is that has kind of taken legs of its own. So for me, when we hear kind of co-ownership, it's definitely not terrifying. It's definitely exciting, and I think that is a mind shift for brand leaders out there.
Yeah, I've been reading a little bit about this idea, and I think this idea of co-creation with your consumer has been around for a long time. But I think Web3, as you're alluding to, really unlocks that, right? Because of the decentralized nature and blockchain and leveraging DAOs and smart contracts, right? So, and I know I just threw out a lot of buzzwords there, but I really think you're right in the sense of there's just this co-creation element that is so inherent in Web3 that just doesn't exist in Web 2. But I am curious on that content piece.
Yeah.
You know, how do you see content creation differing in Web 2 versus Web 3? And are there certain themes of authenticity that you look for between the two ecosystems?
Yeah, I mean, it could be as simple as just the nature. like how to explain it best. For example, in Roblox, you're unlocking pieces that, you know, are created by the brand and now for your avatars, but then are, you know, are not permutable in different realms, and you don't own them, but you get to, you kind of like own them for that specific time and place, but you can't change them or have impact to them. Whereas if you bring this to a platform like the sandbox, for example, everything that you build within the sandbox becomes an NFT and is tied to the blockchain. And that, in that simplistic term, that's really exciting to look at, because you have one that's like very, very static. That's like sold once, bought once, here's where it lands, can't be resold, it can't be moved into something else. Whereas this other one, like one's linear and one can take like a zigzag path as to what that means next. So that's kind of the application of it. But what it means for creators out there is that you have ownership, and we're now greenlighting this shift, or we have been, not now, but we have been over the last few years of truly NFTs coming to life, and what the blockchain has permitted, that you're opening up access to artists, to different revenue streams, continuous ownership on the resale side of things. And so it becomes much more interesting where, you know, in Web2 in the last few years, even on TikTok, we've seen a lot of folks be like, hey, I started that dance and I'm not getting any credit for it. Or like a lot of pushback on from creators that have not been, or creators or brands, right? I don't want to no dig on creators, but brands, let's say, that have been taking things that other creators have done and have not given them credit. Whereas on the blockchain, it's recorded and it's very clear where that ownership lies. And now you can also be compensated. So from a content creator side of things and the content creator economy, I think all, you know, creators should be dabbling their toes and experimenting, because this is how you fully own not only your art, but your livelihood, what you're putting out there, the experiences that you're giving to others. And that's truly game changing for the creator economy.
And I agree wholeheartedly. And a question though, I'm just thinking about this in more detail, is like the complexity of that ownership element, right? Because are there certain parts of the experience that you as a brand want to own? But then as we're talking about it, right, everything in Web3 can become an NFT in some regard. And some of those NFTs can be sold. Maybe some are not going to be able to be sold. But I guess, how do you navigate that complexity versus what your brand owns as an asset versus what you want your consumer or your customer to be able to own?
I mean, you know, I know that is definitely like a scary thought for a lot of IP owners out there. But I see it in a slightly different light where, you know, if you're creating content in the Web2 space and you have UGC content that's created out there, let's say I put out a campaign, we have, you know, a slew of different types of models that are the face and voice of it. Then there's UGC content that's supplementing it. I don't see that much different. I think that's amazing. That's flattering. That builds brand advocacy. That can also be transferred on to the Web3 side of things, where you'll have, you know, your IP as a brand, then you may very well have derivative content and derivative kind of IP that's built out of that. And I think that is wonderful. Of course, that could be scary if it's a derivative project that is definitely not in line with your values. But of course, folks will know, like, oh, okay, user 3XYZ has created this. Like, they'll know it's not your brand. So from our perspective, I think it's flattering. It's UGC. It's part of something larger, and I think it's to be embraced. But definitely from a IP protection side of things, you wouldn't want, like, we wouldn't want another experience out there being called Aloe in the metaverse and all of a sudden looks and feels exactly like Aloe. That, of course, is an infringement, right? And I think all brand leaders would agree. Also, even all content creators would agree. Similarly to if you have, you know, your @ handle of like Jonathan in the metaverse, and all of a sudden someone's using your face, voice, likeness, like, that's not cool. But if someone is like, oh my gosh, okay, Aloe did this, they did meditation, I got a yoga mat, let me paint on that yoga mat and let me use that as a canvas. And so when I rolled it out to meditate, it is a jungle and it has butterflies flying out and it's now this whole net new experience. I think that is wonderful. It's just part of what comes with Web3, and I think that's to be embraced.
I totally hear that. I think the pushback that you would receive on that is that some brands don't have that flexibility.
Of course.
Right. And you're in a very unique position as Allo, that you have kind of some of that essence at the core of your brand of co-creation. But I think some brands can't go that far. And on that note, I think if we just take a step back a little bit, because we're definitely going into the weeds a little bit, and I love that. But I do want to hear your perspective just in general of, okay, I'm a brand thinking about the metaverse. I'm concentrating. I've made a decision that I want to go into Web3 versus Web2. Where do I start? What are the first initial steps that I need to think about when I'm exploring entering Web3 and the Web3 different metaverse ecosystems?
Yeah, I mean, it's all up to your KPIs to start, right? What are you trying to achieve? Us on the Allo, like, are you trying to drive revenue and build a new revenue stream for your business? Are you trying to create net new art that could then be used back in Web 2 or back in even Web 1? Like, what does that look like for you? Are you trying to create community? Are you trying to grow brand awareness? So whatever your KPI may be, I think there's a valid route for you in Web 3. For us at Allo, it was definitely not about revenue generation. Everything was put out for free, but it was truly about nurturing our community and meeting them where they were, with our purpose and mission of leaning into mindful movement and mindfulness. So whatever your KPIs are, there's different routes you can take. It doesn't mean that you have to jump into the metaverse. You can look at the NFT route. You can look at how blockchain applications are used as tool sets within your company, whether that's loyalty or personalization or whatever that may be. So I think that would be the very first piece of advice. But then second piece is not be afraid to test and learn. You can go in small. You can dabble your toe. I think it's also really smart for folks leading a brand's entrance within Web3 to have firsthand knowledge. So whether that's partnering with strong partners like you guys, or whether that's informing yourselves and being in it personally, like I am, for example, it's understanding the space, spending actual authentic time in the space, spending time with those communities, even if they're not your brand's community. I think that's really, really important, and having a good kind of feel. I know it definitely is buzzy right now, right? Oh, I want to create an NFT, or I want to jump into the metaverse. But I think it's coming back to like, why? What are the KPIs? Yeah. Why do you want to do that?
Always start with why, right? Simon Sinek.
Always start with why. Yeah, that's, I think I showed you, I have that in my office. That's like the basis for everything I do. Start with why. So yeah, would relay that back. Yes, it's buzzy right now. And I could see a lot of brands perhaps being like, oh my gosh, I'm missing out. Do I have to create an NFT? Do I have to do X? The reason, like the actual answer is you don't.
There's no right answer, right?
No, you don't. And there isn't a right answer. It's like, yes, you could test and learn, but you can wait and see, and that's okay.
And on that like test and learn front, I think it's an excellent mantra. But what does that actually mean in practice, right? For example, in Web3, if we get into more specifics, what kind of would a test and learn agenda look like? Maybe that's specifically for Allo, but more so broadly, is that, as you kind of mentioned before, is it releasing an NFT and looking at engagement, or is it then moving towards building out some type of experience, right, in one of these Web3 platforms, and including different types of content to see what works and what is engaging versus not?
Yeah, I mean, it could be either of those things and many more. For us, for example, when we put out our KPIs for our metaverse experience, our first KPI was, will this be true to the Allo brand? As long as, if we even reach one person and they're able to come in and feel what it is to be part of the Allo community and like live and breathe wellness. And like all of a sudden that maybe they're playing games and jumping through hoops and other activations, and then they come into our sanctuary world and all of a sudden they're met with like this overwhelming sense of calm and music, and they could put their phone down, they can close their eyes for 10 minutes as we guide them through something. That's a win. That would have been a win. I shared this a few weeks ago with brand innovators, that, you know, I had a deck early on circulating that had, if we have 100 people come into our experience and they're able to live and breathe Allo and understand what Allo is, then that's a win. And of course, we've long superseded that. But again, it would have still been a win if we had 100 people, or even that one person that was like, wow, I'm new to Allo, or I've heard of Allo, but now I fully understand it. Let me kind of dive deeper into what this is for myself, for mindful movement. We were not looking for sales. We were not looking for revenue generation with our digital fashion. So that's what that looked like from a test and learn perspective for Allo. And I think it's good to have realistic expectations. Of course, mine sound unrealistic now with like the data that I've shared on our kind of the unique visits and what's been redeemed. But at the end of the day, it's that authenticity that rings true, because we still have a 91% approval rating within our experience. That's incredibly high for this duration of time. And that means that the authenticity and what we set out to create continues to ring true today. And that's probably more of a winning metric from what we can get back from that specific platform than the millions of users and views and redemptions out there.
From what I hear, and this is something that we say a lot at AdMix when we're talking to brands, is thinking about the metaverse as another channel, right? Yeah. And you have TV for reach, you have social for engagement, you have e-commerce for sales. And in the metaverse, it can be all of those things, right? It's a full funnel channel, but it's really picking and choosing the avenues that you want to go within that channel, and being authentic to not only your brand, but also to the audience and the community, right? If you're just putting up a storefront, right, a virtual storefront in the metaverse, that may, maybe you'll drive some sales, but are you building a long-term customer relationship? I'm not so sure, right? So I love that you talked about authenticity, because I assume your route into Web3 will not be just a storefront, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm curious how you guys are thinking about that in terms of what you already have your Web 2 experience and that had the core essence of your brand, and how does that come to life in Web 3?
Yeah, well, again, I, being someone who's personally passionate about the space and who's been, like I said, collecting and investing for quite a little bit of time now, I knew that we, as a brand, had to be in Web 3, and Web 2 for me, especially in the form of the Roblox metaverse, was kind of our dipping of toes to get into the space and to prove the business case out for what's going to be on the rest of the roadmap for the remainder of the year. And so definitely looking at what it means to further that for us. Obviously, none of that is public yet. We're a privately held company, so we're very close to the chest on these things, but it does involve looking at Web3 metaverse experiences. It does involve looking at cryptocurrency. It does involve us looking at applications on the blockchain and how that can help further our audience experience and consumer experience, all the way through down to how data is kind of shared back out. So it definitely is holistic, and it is something that we're investing in quite significantly. With a lot of enthusiasm. But yeah, it's, I think this as a takeaway for brands, although I'm not sharing much right now, is a good learning that this could be like a platform like Roblox could be your dipping of toes to prove out what your next Web3 experiences can possibly look like.
Yeah, and on that note, how is setting KPIs for Web3 different than Web 2? Because we all know that you're not going to get 33 million, unique views in a Web3 platform yet, but the KPIs can be totally different, and you might be able to achieve other impressive results that you wouldn't be able to achieve in a Web2 platform.
Totally. Totally. Again, for us, it's an easy one. It is the same KPI. Does that experience ring true to Allo? If you're walking into it, if your avatar is walking into a metaverse experience in Web3, does that still resonate true? Of course, pending the different platforms, and there's so many out there that are wonderful and great, but they're still being developed and they're still being tested, right? And they're still nascent in certain capacities. You have to expect that the look and feel will be slightly different, or you have to expect different capabilities within the platform, or the platforms rather, to not be there yet. But I love partnering directly with the experiences and platforms and being able to test out net new things, whether that's live broadcasting, or whether that's audio visual capabilities that are net new, or testing out a new format on how things come to life within that experience. So I love offering that back to the platforms and saying, hey, we want to create something that's authentic. Again, if one user comes in and is like, wow, this is what Allo is, then that's a win. And that is shifting the mindset, especially in Web3, but also being able to offer something back to some Web3 companies that are out there, being cognizant that the majority of them are like, they're a few years old, but a lot of them have come to light in the last 24 months. And so if you're willing to invest with them and to kind of co-create with them, that goes a long way as well.
I know that's, I very much agree with that. And we only have a few minutes left. So I wanted to briefly ask you just on the future of Web3. I know this is a very broad question, but where do you think we're going? And then this question of interoperability, right? Like, how cool would it be if there was interoperability between Roblox and whatever Web3, experience you create? But we're not there yet. So I am very curious what your thoughts are on that, and just the overall, where do you think we're going in this space?
Yeah, I think we're heading to a place where our daily lives can look and feel very different. Right now, it's of course like a nascent place for a lot of brands, but you can soon be, and a lot of companies are doing this that are Web3 nascent, but you can be hosting all of your Zooms and webinars. Like, this conversation could fully be.
We got to bring this to the metaverse.
Right, we got to bring
obvious.
Right, and so the components of like how AR, VR are going to lean into that. The components of creating net new economies that don't even exist right now are really, really exciting. The aspect of more visibility and shedding light on all sorts of creators and not just having brands kind of lead is really, really exciting. So where we're heading, I think, is definitely the part of the unknown, and I think that's what's most exciting. It's something net new to be experienced, and so I'm just really thrilled. Obviously, I'm passionate about this, and again, maybe too deep, so it's kind of a non-answer as well. But yeah, imagine a place in time where this conversation we're now doing it in avatars. You might have gotten something in our Roblox experience. You're wearing our digital hat, but you're now wearing that in Upland, or you're wearing that in Decentraland. You're wearing that in the sandbox. Like, that's really cool.
How cool would that be?
Right, exactly.
We need everyone to play nice in the sandbox, right?
Right, yeah, we do.
Pun intended, pun intended.
I love that.
And I know we only have a few more. Oh, I see Marty coming back, and I think we have to wrap things up. But is there anything we didn't get to, or any questions you have of me in our last moment here?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would just want to emphasize is that this is about community, and it's good for brands to reach out to their community, whether the Web2 community, but also definitely the Web3 community, and learn from them, co-create with them, and have them be a part of this experience and journey with you. I think that's the most beautiful thing that you can have as we merge over from advocacy to ownership. So yeah, just wanted to close with that.
Great closing. Marty, I just want to say, I think yoga is one thing that we should continue to do in real life. Maybe also in the metaverse, but I think I think we want to keep it, most of it in the physical world for now.
I mean, there's some benefits, so yeah, agreed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Angelique. It was a
Yeah,
pleasure
no. Hey,
talking with
listen,
you today.
Thanks, guys. I apologize. Didn't mean to talk over you, but I have to say, Angelique, I love the approach Allo's taking. I mean, you really are looking at it from a authentic way and thinking about it, from the right way, testing and learning, solving Web3 problems with Web3 solutions, which is also something that we really talk about. But, the way that you've really approached it and your philosophy, I think, is really going to take you so far as a brand within this new channel. So. Looking forward to all the great things coming from Allo. And by the way, I keep bumping into Allo brands now everywhere. Now I see Allo everywhere. I'm like, wait a minute.
Marty, it's coming to
about
Chicago. Well, look out.
I know 2 months ago, I barely knew about it. Now I see it everywhere. I'm like, I got to get some gear.
I love that. Yeah. Next week in Chicago, I'll be right by you. So keep an eye out.
There you go. I will. Well, thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Angelique. Listen, next up, we're really excited, to have Bill Imber, who is the director with AdMix, but more importantly, with Jessica Williams, who's director of brand and partnerships at Coinbase. It is just going to be an exciting conversation, and I will pass it off to Jessica and Bill now, and we'll go from there. But thanks so much for joining us.
Excellent. Hello, Jessica. Can you hear me? I think you're on mute still. There you go.
I am on mute. Yep. Hey.
Good. Good to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. And you?
I'm doing great. My informal icebreaker here is I know you're based in San Francisco, and I know Coinbase is very actively partnered with the NBA on some of your marketing efforts. So I'm just curious to get your take. I know Boston's up 2-1. Do you think Golden State has a shot here? So
I actually live in San Diego and I'm a Phoenix Suns fan. So mostly the playoffs are just a good set of teams playing. I'm actually rooting for the Celtics.
Okay.
I love an underdog, and I feel like most people thought the Warriors were going to sweep them, and I love that they're giving them a run for their money.
Fair enough. I'm a Cleveland guy, so I was thrilled when the Cavaliers were able to upset the Warriors back in 2016. But I just thought that'd be a fun little way to introduce ourselves. So I'm happy to spend some time with you today and kind of dive into, how our theme is how brands are embracing the metaverse. But I thought it'd be good to start with a quick introduction. Obviously, we connected this week. You've got a wonderful, very diverse wealth of experience across a number of different companies and industries. So I thought maybe it'd be helpful just to kind of give us a brief overview of your kind of career path and kind of what led you to Coinbase. I believe you've been there about a year now.
Yes, I had my Coiniversary yesterday.
Ooh.
I started my career in research and analytics. So came out of graduate school early on in the social nascency, working for a social analytics company, and then got recruited into work at Yahoo and moved around in tech a little bit across both tech and agencies on the research side, and then started at Visa about 9 years ago now, and worked in a number of different areas at Visa, from launching products all over the world to working on their sponsorship and partnerships team. And then my last stint was really working on their crypto marketing team. So Visa is pretty well steeped in crypto, and they had a couple of programs as it relates to NFTs, and we're writing an NFT white paper and really thinking about the future of that, which got me pretty deep in the space, and then got recruited over to work at Coinbase and run their marketing partnerships department, and it's been a wild year since then.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I guess maybe I'll shift my questions around a little bit. I was going to dive into the metaverse, but since we're talking about marketing, maybe we'll just a high level overview of like Coinbase's marketing approach. Obviously, we see you very active in sports, but just kind of in general, like from your overall marketing approach, like how are you measuring success? Like what are your, kind of the reason to be or your North Stars when it comes to marketing? Like, what's your overall approach there with your marketing plans?
Yeah, I'm, or I was, I actually sit in our business development department now, but Coinbase just started brand marketing last year. So for the first 8 years of its existence was really only focused on product and performance marketing. But given the surge of different crypto companies, executives thought obviously it was very important to build a brand, and given we work in financial services, to build a trusted brand within the space, both on the institutional side, where we are the #1 crypto firm for most institutional customers, and then on the consumer side, obviously, to bring the next 100 million people into crypto. We have 90 million users now. We want to ensure that they are happy, want to keep our crypto natives with Coinbase and not moving to other newer platforms. And then really speaking to, I wouldn't call it general population, but crypto intenders and beginners. So those who with a little bit of marketing might be able to move from someone who hasn't actually stepped a toe in crypto to who's willing to do their first few trades, buy an NFT, open a wallet, learn a little bit about Coinbase and DeFi. When we think about North Star metrics, I mean, for any company in our space, it's going to be monthly transacting users. So people who are using the platform on an ongoing basis. But certainly there are other metrics that we track around the health of our brand and, the competitive landscape and love for the brand, long-term usage, willing to try new products, those types of things.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that the brand awareness has certainly come to fruition with some of the things that I consume on a daily basis, that being sports, et cetera. So I can certainly appreciate the comment about not necessarily targeting the general public, but those that have intentions, right? So like, I'm sure you run into this as well, right? With the space that we're in, there's just so much confusion and so much the buzzwords that are out there, and people don't necessarily take the time to understand them. And I think part of my conversations, even just socially with my friends, but a lot of the conversations that we're having with brands and introducing them to the space, I always like to kind of lead the conversation and point them towards resources, right, where they can learn and read. And to that end, your site is just so comprehensive on speaking to folks that have a good wealth of knowledge, as well as the beginners. My son is 13. He's looking into cryptocurrencies. I'm like, dude, start here. Like, go to this website, go to this learn tab and start reading up. Cause I think it's just so comprehensive and just kind of the Metaverse 101. Right. So I'm just kind of curious, how you go about, how many people do you have to curate that content? Cause it's so comprehensive.
I think from the nascency of Coinbase, the #1 goal of Brian and the team was to just educate people on the technology and the future of the crypto economy. And so our Learn and Earn program is, I think, core to our brand. We don't want people to ape in or feel FOMO. Truly, we want you to understand the blockchain technology, the different crypto assets, the different dApps, and so to us, the best way to do that is to encourage people to learn. And those sort of bite-sized learn videos where then you can earn your first coins really helps to bring people in and feel safe that they're not getting into something they don't understand. It obviously teaches you about the technology underneath some of the altcoins or some of the different technologies, and gives you an opportunity to earn in the process. It's actually or at least when I started, was our #1 onboarding tactic for people into the Coinbase exchange, was through Learn and Earn. And on average, people watched something like 13 videos, which when you think about, wanting people to do an action, getting people to watch 13 2 to 3 minute videos is kind of massive. And so the program's been exponentially just ROI positive for us, and we'll continue to do that. We have a whole crypto education team where we go out to everything from universities athletes and influencers. We have done many of these sessions with the NBA and the WNBA to really like give people the building blocks for crypto and blockchain, both at the 101 level and then at the 201 level. We'll do it at the NFT level. One of the people who worked for me was actually in DC yesterday doing it for a bunch of DC staffers. So truly like the desire is out there for people just to learn. And if you try to just Google some of these things, it's not an easy way to sort of sift through the nonsense versus what's truly applicable. And so we want to be that resource, and we have a very large team that curates the videos and the content. If you haven't signed up for Coinbase Bytes, it's like a quick, newsletter on everything that's happening in the world, both good and bad, as it relates to crypto. So certainly, again, we're just here to educate and bring people into this world in a really like healthy and responsible way.
Yeah, I was going to plug your newsletter if you weren't, because first of all, props to whoever came up with the name Bytes for the newsletter. I think that's really clever and creative. But to your point, I think it's, again, not to belabor the point, but I think you really do a good job, because I think in a lot of these resources and videos where people are like, hey, can you like just break it, give me the basics, right? But then they start getting into it, and then here come the buzzwords, and it's like, no, I seriously, give me the Fisher Price version, right?
Yeah.
So I think you do a phenomenal job of that. But more to the point, you connect the dots to, okay, I've got that. Let's start diving in a little bit more and learning more. So I think you cover all the bases there. And again, congrats on kind of that educational component to who you are. So I think you're doing a phenomenal job there. So with that, one more thing on the marketing front. I again, not to keep hammering in the NBA, but like I've seen the dunking on the doubters kind of thing, the long live crypto campaign, which I think is just brilliant. Going back to crypto is dead, all the way back to 2012, or I get like can't replaying the ad in my head. So I just curious if you could just share a little insight on the kind of the genesis of that campaign.
Yeah, it's called the Bitcoin obituaries, the idea that this stemmed from, and it's a pretty well-known term across the crypto community. Many times throughout every year, the media or pundits tend to talk about as crypto or Bitcoin being dead. And so we actually had another spot filmed for a lot of the NBA work. But given what happened in the marketplace with, the crypto economy taking a fall, and, a lot of stuff that was happening within the community around Luna and, some of these other coins, we just wanted to write essentially a love letter to the crypto community that basically just said, like, we're here for the long term. And, we believe in this. People are going to talk. The media is going to write the scary story. But we've been around for 10 years, and we'll be here for, however many more. And really just sort of like long live crypto. It was something derived from our internal ECD and our CMO and our agency. And it was created really quickly, just given we only had a few days to produce before it needed to be run. And we've had nothing but super positive feedback, because I feel like if you're in the crypto community, you feel like the FUD that's going on in the media is just so overdone. And, me personally, I get texts from my mom and my aunts and uncles around like, are you okay? Is your job okay? And I think it really just was sort of like a, an inside joke.
I love it. Yeah, it certainly resonates with the right folks. So yeah, I appreciate you sharing some insight on that. So yeah, let's dive in a little bit on the metaverse. I guess maybe like a good place to start. By definition, you're closer to this than, some of the other brands that are just kind of dipping their toe in the water, or at least have a good understanding of the kind of the space. So I think maybe a good place to start, just give us kind of your over 30,000 foot view on just the space in general, and like what sort of activations you see working for brands, I guess, in general, and then we can segue into kind of what it means to Coinbase, but just overall take on the space would be great.
Sure. I think a lot of the super interest in the metaverse is a little funny, because we've all been playing in the metaverse for a long time. I mean, metaverse is just another way of saying, like a gaming environment. And so people playing World of Warcraft or Minecraft or, whatever it may be. I've been doing this for a long time. I think the opportunity that's really there with the metaverse is to extend the sort of in real life opportunities to a new world that is more accessible to everyone around the globe, everyone, who can't get to a location, and to really provide those opportunities, in a new world. I think the way brands interact with metaverse right now is pretty nascent. I could be wrong, but I don't think people want to really like party in the metaverse and sit at their computer on a Saturday night and, dance around. I think the real applicability is around providing, extended in real life opportunities to those in the metaverse. So I love the spaces where you can shop as if you were in a real life store. You can try on different outfits with your avatar. You can, experience different stores within the same one. So you can try on different shoes, when you're trying on different outfits, something that may not be possible if you weren't close to one of those stores in real life. The sort of like buying online and then shipping and then sending back type of thing. I think, a lot of people would rather just be able to truly look at what it looks like, on themselves online. I think, many of the opportunities as it relates to like buying land in the metaverse is interesting from an investment perspective. I do think metaverse lands will become very similar to people buying real estate in real life, where, it's going to be an investment opportunity and they'll be able to, flip those or build upon them and then sell them for, a profit in many ways that they do now. I think, many of the like home staging pieces makes perfect sense in the metaverse, where you can really look at everything holistically. I think art galleries and NFT galleries are beautiful and stunning, and I do think that there is applicability there. But I think it's sort of like the world is our oyster. I think a lot of the technology is also super nascent. Like you have to be sitting in front of your computer in most places, or with a VR headset. And as those become, more built into your phone or into hardware that's going to be less invasive than a VR headset, I think the opportunities will grow drastically. But I do think we're super early on, and I think a lot of folks have jumped into Sandbox and Decentraland thinking that, this is a new marketing opportunity, and I'm not sure it is for everyone. I think you've got to have the right developers in-house, you've got to have the right staff in-house, and it really has to be something that makes sense for your business long-term versus just sort of like doing a quick marketing stunt inside the metaverse.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, again, with Marty's introduction, when we kicked off talking about some of what we're doing as far as how we're guiding some of the brands into the metaverse. And I threw myself under the bus because I use 3 different kind of buzzwords: test and learn, aim small, move small, crawl, walk, run, whichever one you feel like is your catchphrase for the day. But that's really kind of been our approach. And I think that you're spot on in the sense that certainly there are what would appear to be like verticals which make sense: the fashion, music, art galleries, and some of those types of things. But I like, surprisingly enough, some of the conversations that we have and some of the builds we're working on are within, some industries that you wouldn't necessarily at first think would make sense. But to your point, it's doing it right, like having authenticity, utility, and not just throwing a logo up and saying, hey, look, we're in the metaverse, right? So I'm going to loop back to fashion a bit, maybe get your take on what, kind of the current trend, or what a lot of some of the fashion brands that we're talking to about, which is like the twinnings aspect. Like, hey, look, here's your wearable within Decentraland, your hoodie or whatever. And oh, by the way, you get it in real life as well. What's your kind of take on that?
I love that. I do think that is a new and interesting concept. Is that something that will be persistent for many years to come? I'm not sure, but I do think that certainly is something that people look for, and to be able to get one in real life and then have a wearable for their avatar, I do think is something super interesting. You know, I think the next question is like, where's that avatar going and what is it doing? So if you're deep in the gaming world and that is now something that you can wear everywhere within your gaming infrastructure, amazing. But we don't have that kind of interoperability right now, like where games can talk to each other and, you know, your avatar in one space can wear that wearable in another. I think when more interoperability comes around, that stuff will become even better, because then you can bring it everywhere with you and it becomes similar to fashion, like a part of who you are, versus, you know, something that you just wear within this one space because you did this one thing. But I think that that one is super interesting. And I think the more you think down the line that that could continue, where you're buying something in the metaverse and you're getting it in real life, or you're shopping at a store, a Gucci store, and, you know, you buy your Gucci bag. And I think they've started to do this already, where you can scan a QR code and get that same Gucci bag, you know, assigned to your avatar in whatever, you know, metaverse that you are currently operating in. I do love that utility, and I feel like there's probably many more applications of that across fashion and sports.
Yeah, same sort of thing with the wearable or NFT, like then segueing into like building the community, right? So I think that's, you know, again, the check boxes when we look at what's going to make a successful execution in the metaverse, you know, authenticity, you know, not just doing it for the sake of doing it, so it doesn't just get absolutely crushed by, you know, critics. And then kind of that, okay, why are we doing this? How can we help? What assets or executions do we have that can actually help us build community? So I think like from a standpoint, like right, wrong, or indifferent, we kind of like look at the scale of Roblox, which is undeniable, right? It's huge, right? But it definitely skews younger. But, you know, as far as a wearable in Roblox, I guess the interoperability there isn't as big of an issue because they have the scale, right? So as we look at Web3, Decentraland, Sandbox, I think, you know, you're spot on as far as, okay, the scale isn't there yet, but then as we continue to grow and develop these virtual worlds, as the interoperability comes into play, like it just opens up the door for more and more of those, you know, kind of opportunities. So
I think interoperability still plays a role with Roblox. I mean, I guess we don't have the long-term data yet, given it's still fairly new in the grand scheme of things, but my guess is people age out of Roblox. And so for everything that you've collected in that ecosystem, if there's no way to take it with you when you graduate to whatever's next, again, it's sort of like the end. But I do think Roblox does is build brand affinities for those younger generations who are deep in it, who are wearing their, you know, Nikes and interacting with Nike and Roblox, interacting with the other brands that play a huge role there. And then as they go into the real world and start shopping and, you know, like, you know, spending money at places that they care about, I think Roblox has done an amazing job of providing that opportunity for brands to engage with really young customers in a way that's not offensive to parents.
Yeah, I reference my son as a case study. He's 13, but he's on Roblox all the time. I mean, he can come to me for budget for Nikes, Balenciagas, maybe not so much yet, son. You know, it's just sufficient to grow out of them in 6 months, right? So.
Exactly. I think you got to pick your battles when it comes to Roblox. But yeah, I mean, the scale for Roblox is there, and you know, look, there is not every space that is for everyone. I think the current operations of Decentraland have provided amazing opportunities for, you know, those who may not be able to get to in real life events, you know, to have a place where they can participate, for those who may not be doxxed, or, you know, who want to stay anonymous, who, you know, feel anxiety about going into, you know, some of these in real life places. Like, I do feel like they've provided community aspect for NFT projects, for brands to really engage with that community. And I think that is so important. So even without scale, I do think they're providing, you know, a community and utility within these spaces. I just think we have no idea what's coming. I mean, this space moves so quickly at this point that I feel like you just got to get in there and start trying stuff. I mean, don't obviously like rug your customers with a project that, you know, you're going to leave them high and dry. But I would say there's you know, like roadmaps can only be so long at this point because we don't even know what the technology is going to look like in, you know, 6 months. The crypto and blockchain and Web3 space moves so fast.
You're absolutely spot on. Whenever we're talking to clients that are like, hey, we've done X, Y, and Z in Roblox, I'm like, that's great. Do that. Doesn't necessarily preclude you from dipping your toe in the water over here in the Web3 and Decentraland space. And I think that, again, not to plug AdMix and who we are, what we do, but that's like part of our reason to be is to help people mitigate that risk, right? You don't need to go out and buy plots of land. You can essentially lease it from us and build on that. So to your point,
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, who knows like what's going to win? I mean, there are so many of these different worlds that are coming out on a weekly basis, and you know, so there's certainly pros and cons to each of the platforms. I mean, certainly Sandbox is a little bit more gamified, a little more pixelated, not quite visually as, you know, certainly what you would want to do to represent, say, a car or something like that in a virtual world. But again, that's, you know, it's just, again, that knowledge is power, right? Staying on top of these things as they're developing and you know, the different assets that, you know, we can pull into these different virtual worlds. So, you know, again, touching on, you know, some of the industries that make sense, like what, like just overall, like Coinbase, I mean, obviously, like, have you kind of looked at dipping your toe into like activations within the metaverse? Obviously you've got, you know, the NFT marketplace that just opened up, but just curious on, and again, I don't necessarily want to get anything that's confidential, but just your overall take on it would be great.
Yeah, I think, you know, the more that we scale globally, the more that we're not going to be able to sort of meet and greet everyone in real life, which is a lot of the work we've been doing. You know, just recently, Coinbase was just an online brand until, you know, a lot of our team started last year. And so being able to put a face to Coinbase and, you know, an activation and an NFT drop, I think has really helped to just familiarize people with who we are and, again, build trust. And so we'd want to scale that within metaverse opportunities. I think for us, though, like, we're a technology platform. And so that interoperability piece is something that we're hyper focused on, is how do we create more opportunities where you can stay persistent across these environments. And obviously, like, wallets are the key into any Web3 world. Anytime you jump into any of these places, you have to, you know, connect your wallet. And so for Coinbase Wallet to be able to be that persistent identity across these environments is really where a lot of our engineering focus is. A lot of the partnerships that we're working with Sandbox and Decentraland and Someplace and, you know, many, many others, is to really figure out, like, how do we store some of these pieces so that the identity can live within each of these spaces.
Right.
And then just in general, like, obviously just to build into the technology and help to bridge gaps across each of these. People are building for their own ecosystem. And given we are a Web3 ecosystem, our desire is to really figure out how they all play together. You know, for Coinbase NFT and our wallet, for instance, you know, we've got Ethereum, but we're also building into the L2s. We want to integrate Flow, so people who have Top Shots and, you know, some of those Dapperbot can now store them in their wallet. They can have a little bit more utility with those. They can play into some of these spaces. And so that, I think, is our number one goal, is to help to bridge all of these siloed ecosystems.
Yeah. I think Dapper's really crushing it. I love that, what they're tying with the NBA, and I see it definitely reaching into some of the other sports organizations as well. One thing, it's like from a standpoint of, you know, it's a global role that you're in, of like some of the challenges of, like, obviously the metaverse is global, right? So how to, like, just trying to get you, like, some of the conversations that we have with folks are like, okay, you know, this is like, they're used to living in the Web2 world of geo-targeting and, like, you know, clicks and impressions and all that stuff. And it's like, we just kind of have to level set that conversation and be like, hey, look, this is just a global application, and like some of the challenges, I guess, and just I think ultimately, like, we're defining how the success of these different activations are going to be measured, and having that conversation further up the food chain with the finance folks that are used to very tangible ROIs on the media investment, right? So I guess maybe just your take on that from being, like, global in scope, and like how we're measuring this success.
Yeah, I think the global and scope thing is the same that any regulated industry will face, which is the regulations are different in each country in which you are trying to operate. And so, there's nothing that you can do that sort of like fits the mold for every country. You really have to adapt for, what makes sense within those environments. And, nothing is more interesting than crypto when it comes to like country by country regulation. So that is the first challenge, is that, we really can't plan for global activations. It has to really be something that we're looking at on a country by country level. And then also, in many cases, we don't know much about these customers in the same way that you would if you were like building first party data pools. I mean, if you're talking about a non-custodial wallet, this person's not even KYCing in, so we know nothing about them other than, when they do the wallet connect. So like how many connections that they make. So there's a lot that, we can't do because we don't have any data on the customers. And you're right. I think reteaching anyone who's come into our finance team from a Web2 environment, particularly one where you had these massive understandings of data pools and you could track them across everything that they were doing on the internet, we have a lot to teach them, and we have a lot to figure out. I mean, we honestly don't really have, we have tons of measurements in place, but, sort of these like overarching brand North Star metrics, we're still figuring out, like, what does it mean to be rooting for crypto? And what does it mean to be like brand positive on Coinbase? We talk a lot in the crypto industry about like rising tide, lift all boats. So if someone knows about crypto.com, like, does that, how does that help us? And what can we do to, make sure that we're utilizing those relationships for the good of the crypto economy? So there's a lot for us to still figure out. Again, like, we're still so early. I think people forget, even though it, saturates the media and mind share sometimes, that we still have there are so many people who honestly don't even know what Bitcoin is. They think Coinbase and Bitcoin are the same. They don't know that you don't have to buy a whole Bitcoin every time so there's so much education. And I think that goes for our internal folks too, is that we're like sort of learning as we go.
Yeah. You just like, for those people, just don't even hand them a business card. Just give them a link to your website and they'll learn, like, go here, come talk to me. Yeah. But I think it's it's funny that you mentioned, because I even like in some of the conversations about like some of the things in Decentraland are clickable. And I don't even use that word, because as soon as somebody hears the word click, they switch back to like Web2 and be like, okay, let's talk about impressions and click-through rate and all that stuff. I'm like, no. It's like, so it's like, as far as like the more traditional, like setting the mindset, like you said, towards this new environment and new ways to measure the success of how we activate there, I think is going to be interesting, because it's up to us to define it, right? So we've got a few minutes left here. I'm just curious, again, we talked about some of the activations that could work. I just maybe want to get your insight on just like NFTs with your NFT marketplace opening up. So I think, to your point earlier, there have been some brands that have activated and like, hey, look, here's an NFT. And like, there's no utility to it. It's just like they threw it out there. Like, so how do we, what sort of advice would you give to some of the brands that are looking at incorporating the NFTs into like maybe their first foray into the metaverse?
Yeah, I think the idea of like creation of an NFT, came from artists and creators. And, these were like deeply personal projects that, they either brought from their artwork or their photography in the real life, in the real world, and brought it into digital art. Or, they're making these crazy generative art projects, which requires both an engineering and a creative degree. So, for me, like, there's still a whole community of people who are buying for the art. And I think that's important to remember, because, these creators, from what we've heard, are feeling so much pressure to like provide utility. But, artists who are selling their paintings aren't providing you access to a party, or
Right.
So I do think there's a strong community tie to just really buying for the art and like feeling connected to the artist. I think when it comes to brands, like, you got to do what makes sense for your brand. I think we've seen enough projects flop where, people aren't interested in just rote buying NFTs from brands. I think it has to be the same thing about how you would build a community within a brand as you would before. What are the access points or the loyalty programs, or, what are you offering for someone who purchases an NFT or, gets airdropped an NFT, like what does that mean for your community? And I think that's different per brand. I mean, obviously, sports brands have an easy in where you can tie it to in real life experiences with games or players, with other fans, with merch. I think we've seen the streetwear world do it really well, where they're giving token gated opportunities to buy, merch that isn't available to the general population. I think that's very much within the hype community and something that, will thrive in that world. For alcohol brands, like, I don't know what that looks like. And I think, people just have to decide. And, if people don't want to get into NFTs, I think that's also fine. I do think there's just a whole world where this becomes the same thing as a loyalty program. We're talking to restaurants who want to use an NFT as a separate reservation system for those who are most loyal. And then, if you want to buy the NFT on the secondary market, you're based, because you're in town for the night, like you're getting a 1-day pass for our reservation system. I mean, the applications are truly endless. I think it just is like by vertical. You really have to think about what makes the most sense for me and my community and my brand and the future of the business. I mean, ideally, NFTs provide new revenue streams for creators and brands alike. But certainly we have to bring more people into NFTs. It's the same, however many hundreds of thousands of people buying now. And so for that to be real, I think we've got to make it, more synonymous with the things that they're experiencing as it relates to loyalty now.
Right. Yeah. I think it's like ultimately trying to avoid the, okay, now what scenario, right? So I've got
Totally.
the NFT in my wallet. What now? Right. So I think your summary there is like very valuable information for any of the brands that are kind of listening and trying to incorporate, something that is, authentic, has utility and elevates the brand and that sort of thing, and not just doing it for the sake of doing it. So, I think we're closing in on it, but I just from building your community and sharing information, I think is maybe a good opportunity to plug kind of some of your marketing efforts. I'm sure you're going to be at NFT NYC, or like what are the other, like as far as road shows or getting out there and building your community and education and learning.
Yeah, we will be at NFT NYC. So if anyone's going to be there, you can hit me up. Would love to have you through our space. We're doing an experiential walkthrough through Coinbase NFT as a real life experience. It will be amazing. We'll have a really like social aspect. We're doing some 3D printing and laser printing of people's NFTs. We'll have some creators in the space. We're doing a Web3 event. NFT NYC is a big moment for us. We are sort of everywhere right now. We're doing a lot of festivals with Live Nation. The festival community is very ripe for the NFT world. And so we're doing a couple of festivals this summer, Lollapalooza, GovBall this weekend, and EDC. Yeah, I mean, between what we've got going on with the NBA and the WNBA, and then, again, we are just everywhere educating right now. If you're on college campuses, you'll see us there. In addition to, we hold tons of like seminars and workshops with, different communities to get them up to speed.
Excellent. Selfishly, I will be in New York along with my CEO, Sam Huber. So I'll definitely be in touch to check out that activation. It sounds really, really amazing, especially like the 3D printing part. I think I have to check that out. So Marty has joined us. Marty, how are you? Marty won't be there. Marty will be over in Cannes. So at the Brand Innovators event over in Cannes.
Tough job, but someone has to do it.
Hey, I'll take New York City.
Yeah. We were actually, I was kind of dividing and conquering to make sure that we're having a big presence at NFT NYC as well. So I'm glad that you guys will be there. It's I think it really is a dynamic event. It's great to see and hear all the things you're doing, Jessica, as a brand to really educate and bring consumers into the mix. I know it's been a little of a bumpy ride lately, but really love what Coinbase is doing. just a little bit. But, listen, I think, if you take the long-term strategy, what Coinbase has built and doing, that, is really just providing so much, so much value out to the community in general. So really exciting to see that. And you're really, embracing both, real life world events as well as Metaverse and, crypto. So it's great to see you getting out there and doing some branding.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Guys,
Thanks, Bill.
bye.
Thanks, Jessica.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Bye. So that was a great session. Thanks so much for everyone. We're going to roll right into a few sessions that we'll be playing 2 pre-recorded sessions. One that I did with Roxanne Iyer, who's the Global Vice President of Integrated Consumer Engagement at Clinique, an Estee Lauder brand. They've been really pushing the envelope in testing and learning, as we've heard is really important today within the space. And then also we'll hear from James Gregson, who's the brand marketing content and creative director for Lego agency for the Americas. And I think that, both brands have really taken a unique approach. Lego, I know when we spoke with James, we were joking and it's a challenge to, how do we take a product that people enjoy playing with and bring that into a 3D version of the internet. And I think, the one thing to keep in mind is that, being authentic to your brand is really important, but just being authentic to the community. And, don't be afraid to, do a parody of your brand, or just really think through a different narrative to storytell about your brand. So without further ado, we'll bring Roxanne and James into the fold and enjoy the sessions. And then we'll be back to connect up with Caroline Masulo, who's the VP of e-commerce marketing at Kpis Digital Labs, which are really doing some exciting things. I'm great, thanks. How are you doing? Just switching between my headsets and not. I'm great. So it sounds like you were already talking a little bit about your exciting program. So we'll get into that a little bit later in terms of what you guys have been doing with your NFT drop and your metaverse. But I think one of the things I wanted to start off with, Roxanne, is you've got such a fantastic career within digital marketing, so distinguished. You've worked at beauty brands and fashion brands between Clinique, Ralph Lauren, and L'Oreal. I think one of the things that we talked about is how have you been seeing the digital, change over the years, and how brands have been and really, leveraging this from that standpoint.
Yeah, I love that because we were just talking about, I think in the session before us, there was a nod to the Great Resignation, how things are moving. And I think as we talk about digital, the changing digital approach over the years that I've seen and what's happening right now, I think you kind of almost have to start with talent, right? I mean, it's impossible to do any kind of transformation without it. You probably know more than anyone, Marty, how hard it is to find talent, as a partner that's in such an innovative space for AdMix, how hard it is to find talent and how much harder it is to retain them.
Yeah.
We're finding as we try to recruit and retain that they want to work in environments that are flexible, that are fearless. They're looking at company and leadership values from the C-level and the board down, looking at our efforts in sustainability and in diversity. And ultimately, they want to do really interesting work. So if you're a company or a brand that isn't transforming and moving forward, it's really hard, if not impossible, to keep the brightest and the best in the industry.
Yeah, it is too. And also as we move into these new areas like the metaverse
Totally.
and so forth, it's fun. In fact, I just got off a call right now, and some of the issues is whether or not the talent is there, because it's so new.
Yeah.
It's hard to find the right partners along those lines, or even the staff that have the kind of experience that you're looking for as we're getting into these new technologies.
Yeah.
And so, you definitely want to be able to skill up within your organization, and being able to find the right people along those lines at this stage in certain aspects of our business are always a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's such a good point about talent in the metaverse. They're impossible to find. We're starting to see a few roles creep up, but it really isn't, it's hard to find this talent simply because we haven't done enough in this space, and there's so much learning to do. I love that so many brands and companies are starting to think about this idea of a chief metaverse officer. And so experts like Kathy Hackle and others have been kind of advocating for this in the space, but completely agree with you. And if you're a digitally forward, social first brand today, and you're not talking about NFTs and the metaverse and where the future of consumer engagement is going, it's almost impossible to recruit and keep the interest of the talent that you have, because I think it's going to change pretty dramatically in the months to come. I think the second thing for me, as we think about the changing of the digital approach, is just designing consumer experiences. I mean, I know we talk about the consumer at the heart of it all, or thinking about a strategy that's customer first. But to design a customer experience from the outside in is one of the hardest things to actually execute. But when you keep that at the heart of what you do, you start to listen out and tap into different signals, right? Search becomes the most important thing that you have as you think about how consumers are looking at and trying to find products or brand experiences. Social media becomes the heart of everything that you do. These aren't new concepts, but just the idea of being able to transform as an organization really quickly can be really hard to do unless you're thinking about the consumer from the outside and then changing your organization and designs internally. I think for partners and agencies, it tends to be so much easier to move and adapt faster. I like to think that with my teams, we change org structures every 18 months, and that should be our way forward. Are we developing new skill sets? Are we changing our priority and focus? And are we truly going where the consumer is? So to me, that one has become more important over time. And I know with the new world that we're getting into, it's going to be a really key point.
And along those lines, Roxanne, we talked a little bit about this the other day, and that is, where do you think from a skincare and beauty standpoint, where Clinique stands?
Yeah.
Where is it? What is it that you think? Because that's somewhat more tangible. It's harder to sort of move into a new digital environment with that. How are you guys approaching that? Where do you think the biggest challenges are from a beauty and skincare standpoint?
Yeah, what's interesting is, even though we're a skincare product fragrance and we have our tangible products, whenever you talk to people about, let's just say, Clinique and their first experience, most women will hold their hand to their heart and talk about that first memory they have of their mom taking them to the Clinique counter and buying their first makeup or their first skincare. We usually hear a tremendous amount of stories about people just going through life changes and how the brand has been there with them through that journey. And so you're right in many ways. Like, we are a brand that's about very, very tangible products. But the reason why our consumers are loyal, just like most brands, is those shared brand experiences and those stories. And I think that's what we want to continue, right? Like social storytelling, rich experiences in the metaverse, anything that we can replicate from the physical into digital without the limitations of physics and gravity are so interesting and exciting, right? If we think about, and this time, has been interesting. If there was any time when science has been at the forefront of conversations and consumer thinking, it's now. And we're a brand that's been founded on science. It's reimagining our lab, the Clinique lab and the Clinique counter into the metaverse, into the digital world, in a way that continues with that emotion and that experience.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that is, and we just had a question that popped up, but Chris, I'll get that to you as we get to the Q&A. And recently, I think that it's really important. I know you touched on it. You recently launched a successful TikTok campaign. What was the biggest takeaway you learned from your audience as a result of that? I know that brands are always experimenting with a lot of different social channels and so forth, but obviously it's got to be authentic and so forth. What were some of the things that you learned from that?
Yeah. So there's a few things, right? Because I know everyone's been keeping an eye on TikTok and social in general. And over the past 2 or 3 weeks, during the holiday time period, you all might have seen this. TikTok was the #1 destination, overtaking Google, the most visited destination in the world, which is incredible. I think it's been heading there for a really long time. I think this will probably be the first year in 2022 where ad spending on social media will overtake TV and all of the traditional channels. I think it's at the heart of what we want to continue to do. I'm not going to lie when I say it's extremely challenging and hard to know how to make sure things resonate on TikTok. So we were really lucky in last year. We had two really successful campaigns. We had a campaign called Zit Happens that launched around the back to school time. It had 10 billion views on TikTok, which is really incredible. And was based on a consumer insight that as kids are going back to school and as you're going through so many changes as a young adult, you have skin moments and it's a part of life. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and we wanted to kind of bring that and make sure that we brought that to just everyday consumers, and we saw such great pickup from it. Young kids going back to school, putting up videos and content of themselves about to go out or about to get ready, with the hashtag Zit Happens, and we had some really big influencers that jumped in as well. The second big thing that happened for us, which was really interesting, is we have a 50-year-old lipstick called Black Honey. It launched in 1971. And it's a beautiful lipstick. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, Liv Tyler wore it, throughout that series. And what's beautiful about it is when you look at the product, it looks like a black lip color. When you put it on, no matter what your skin tone is, it blends in and adjusts to your skin tone, which is really beautiful. We had a few organic influencers, a lot of just women of color that picked it up and went onto TikTok and said, this product is magic, you have to buy it. And then that started a whole whirlwind of us being one of the most trending beauty products of the year. We had over 100 million views in a matter of weeks. This 50-year-old product was completely sold out. You couldn't buy it in any stores around the world. We had celebrities writing into us. We had influencers trying to get a hold of the product. It was impossible to find. It was a beautiful case study for us of the power of a social media platform that organically can drive sales. The traffic that we saw to our website was incredible. I think we saw growth on our social media platforms as high as 500%. Absolutely incredible social first initiative that we saw on TikTok. I think there were a tremendous amount of learnings, right? For us, a big part of it is when you're in the middle of a trend, how do you make sure that you just simply enable the content that's getting out there? We didn't try to go the route of those paid media ads that focus on the product, and that all we did was enable influencers that loved the product, were trying to get their hands on it, and we wanted to give them a voice. So we scaled that up as much as we could. We used all of our own assets that we had, our own platforms, our celebrities and influencers, our brand ambassadors like Melissa Barrera went out to the Spanish community. We had Amelia Clark in London, speaking to our global audiences. And we were kind of, able to leverage that as much as possible. It's something we're going to continue to keep our eye on. We've seen such great success from it. New consumers to the brand, tremendous growth for Clinique. And it's an area where we're going to continue to explore.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touched on something that's so critical to any brand experience as we look forward, from 2022 and beyond. And that is, how do you pull together all the different partnerships and social channels and brand relationships, as well as consumers and advocates into a program to really help amplify what you're doing? I mean, I think that's really, it's got to be really a holistic approach to it. So A, it comes across as authentic, but B, you're obviously engaging with these other programs or partners because they're relevant to your brand message and your brand ethos. So it's important to bring those all into the fold when you're running a program like that. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll say the one thing I'll probably add to that is if beauty is such an aggressive industry and category, any formidable competitor will probably do what many of our competitors did, which is they noticed we were sold out, they noticed the TikTok trend, and they started to jump in to say, you can't find Clinique Black Honey, well, here's our dupe product that's very similar, here's where you can get it.
And so I think the only thing I'd add is, as we were going through that, is one eye on the competition at all times. Because we had to really quickly pivot and put out content that was really clearly, I think we had an entire campaign that was called Black Honey Forever. And we had consultants who've been working in the industry for decades. The team that initially started to think about the products, consumers who'd been using it since they were in college, coming out and jumping on this trend of Black Honey Forever as a way to make sure we had our eye on the competition as well. So yeah, it was a really exciting time. And I agree with you. When you see those moments come in, it may start on TikTok, which is kind of going to be the new way of things. TikTok first, social at the heart of everything. And that should start to impact all of the other strategies that surround it, from our in-stores to our site, our earned media, the way we activate major celebrities. I think it's all going to be TikTok first, social at the heart of everything that we do.
Fantastic.
I see a question on the chat. If I can take it.
Sure, absolutely. Go right ahead.
It's so relevant. So thanks for the question, Angela. Yeah, it actually took off organically. We have social listening in place, and we were listening to our consumers, and we saw a spike like you've never seen one in our social conversations. And so this was a purely organic, influencers and consumers picking it up and telling us that they love the product. And so that we then shifted our paid, our earned, our own strategies, including, what we were doing with supply chain to get the product into stores, purely based on a trend that started on TikTok.
That's amazing. I mean, I think you really touched on it. There's so many other elements that you've got to be doing, not only listening to the competition, but listening to the market as well, so that you can pick up. And I think, in some of these conversations or private roundtables that I've done with other brand marketers, is that it's so important to make sure that, from a social media standpoint, that it's authentic. And instead of trying to push something out there, you have to more listen to what's happening and capitalize on opportunities as they happen in an authentic way, as opposed to trying to force them. So I think that's so important from a brand marketing standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things that we talked a little bit about the other day, and that is, from your perspective, from a digital marketing perspective, with your experience, I mean, where do you see the biggest opportunities? And we talked about this, I think you just touched on it in social, but where do you see, for Clinique to reach your audience for 2022 and beyond? Where do you, obviously we've talked about the metaverse and NFT, which is very nascent at this point and just sort of starting, as well as social media. What other channels do you look to, expand into, or that you think have merit as you look into, 2022 and beyond?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I'll stay with social since we were just on the topic, and there's no way around it. I think you can see ad spend moving there. Consumers are already there. If you haven't been a brand that's been social first, it might take you years to catch up with your competitors in your category. It's just it's kind of the starting point to inspiration and to brand discovery. I would say, in addition to that, content is just the new media. For us, we want to make sure that, we're building a value chain of content that expands from earned, paid, and owned, and that can fuel the content needs of our consumer. I'd say influencers and our partnerships are key to us. So much of what we do is tapping into new audiences that are extremely loyal to some of the celebrities and influencers that we have in the space. And so that will continue to be a key area for us. And as we define what media is, and if you think about content as a new media format and influencers as the new media, how does that, change? I think those are questions we're going to continue to ask ourselves. I hope COVID gets over soon, because I think I think that we're starting to see consumers getting really excited about meaningful, rich experiences in the digital world. And we'll talk about the metaverse, but in the physical world as well. And so those might be fewer and far between. But I think there's going to be a real role for consumers in having both experiences. And then I know we talk about the metaverse a whole lot. I mean, there's no way around it, is there? But no. as we talk about social media, it kind of reminds me of the early days of social, right? Which is, consumers are already there, brands are still catching up. I think there's a really short window where you can lead, and you can innovate in the space before it's flooded. Think about how hard it is to stand out in social today. It's such a crowded space. Brands have been testing and learning for years. I think there's a short window of time before it's such an everyday part of our marketing plans. I know from the latest Forbes numbers, in a few years, by 2025, it's going to be a $400 billion market. The potential of it and what it can be is really significant. So I know it's early days, but for us, I think we're going to continue just purely based on the performance we've seen so far, and the interest in the movement of consumers. I think it's an area we're going to continue to explore.
Yeah, and again, as we talk, we'll get into that a little bit later, because I know it's definitely on everybody's mind in terms of what it is and why it's important and where to go there. But speaking of which is a great segue into my next question. That was P&G, a competitor.
Yeah.
They recently launched their beauty sphere in the metaverse. And again, I think you and I talked about this. They're using it to educate consumers, allow them to interact with their brands, while also providing that interactive experience in panels and other features. And I think you've touched on it. I mean, that's a space that you see Clinique and the broader Estee Lauder brands experimenting in as we move forward. A, given the growth. B, given the fact that consumers are there, but are going to be going there. But it is still very nascent.
Yeah, and I can speak to Clinique, right? A lot of what we want to do as a brand is to make sure that the experiences that we provide at the counter, at store, those memories that consumers have, and to enable that art of storytelling that today happens in the physical world, we want to make sure that extends into the digital world. Now, for my creative teams, this can be the most fascinating project ever, to recreate our labs and to recreate our stores with no gravity, no limitations of physics, no limitation of space, is really incredible. And it starts to become such a fascinating project as we think of experiences like what P&G has done. So I think there's going to be more there. I think the experience part is just one part of it, right? Like there's so many parts that lead to that, which is the building of your avatar, who you are in the metaverse and how you represent yourself. Just like it's important to us in the physical world with your skincare and your beauty regime, it's as important in the digital world. The experience that you go through, your social graph or your social network, whether it's friends that you have in the physical world that are moving over, or people that you're connecting with in the metaverse, and then the economy of it all. So there's multiple different areas that we're starting to think about. Very, very similar to P&G, we also want to continue to do what we're doing across all of our consumer engagement touch points, right? Which is tell stories about the brand, tell stories about our products, and make users see how and why Clinique is unique and different. If we can give them access to scientists, to consultants, to our spaces, which is so much easier to do in the digital world, I think that's certainly where to go. I think the one other thing I'd call out is more than ever, it's important to have really rich creative experiences. And so that's an area we're always looking at, is as we get into the metaverse, this isn't just like building another microsite that is, an interesting video. The experiences need to be really engaging and authentic, because similar to getting onto a new platform like a Twitch or a TikTok, it can easily go the other way if you don't appear authentic and true to who that consumer is. And so the richness of the creative and the richness of the creative experience is something that we've been paying a lot of attention to.
And and I think that really talks to a lot of what you did with your recent program with NFTs and so forth. Because as I really learned about that was really tied to your loyalty program.
Yeah.
But more importantly, you used it as a way, to reward your customers via their personal stories of optimism.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be really great to share with everybody, sort of, what was how long did the process take from ideation to execution? Like what did that look like from internally, from the time that you thought, hey, this is something that we really think, but making sure, again, to your point, that it's authentic. So how did you tie that all together? And it sounds like you did that with your personal stories of optimism. And then what was the reward for people? I think that you should share that, because that's really important too.
Yeah, I'd love to. And congrats, Marty. I heard you guys launched your first NFT about a month or so ago. Yeah, it was a really exciting experience for us. It happened really, really quickly because we knew we had a couple of competitors that launched ahead of us. We wanted to move as fast as we could. The way that we thought about our NFTs, because we looked at the landscape and said, everyone's either giving you an NFT because you've bought a product, or they're auctioning up a piece of art or something that you can own. For us, the Clinique consumer that we have one of the most loyal consumers in the category. And the expanse of who we're talking to is pretty significant. We're talking about everyone from who's trying out Clinique for the first time in their life, and they're going into the counters with their mom to buy skincare or makeup, all the way to our ageless consumer. So one of the first things we said was, as we get into significant innovation, how do we make sure that our current consumer understands it, and how do we bring them onto this journey with us? We did not want to do a one-off, buy something, get an NFT that only appeals to a few, that's only understood by a few. So we said we wanted to lower the barrier to innovation for our current consumer. The second message we wanted to send out was that you are more valuable to us than someone who isn't a Clinique consumer today. We wanted to make sure that as we are looking at new consumers, we're also rewarding the people that have been with Clinique for a really long time. So the program was only open to Clinique loyalty consumers. So you had a certain period of time to sign up, but if you were already in our database, it was open to you. And then the third thing we said is, more than money, our currency is, because we didn't want to make money off of this, what we said was our currency is social storytelling. We want to hear your story. So as we launched our holiday campaign at the end of last year, our brand is founded on the pillars of joy and optimism and hope. And so we wanted stories that really celebrated that. And so we encouraged people to send in, stories about what was giving them hope and inspiring them, and people that were inspiring them around that time. The stories we got were incredible. Teachers who had to shut down, their classes and couldn't see their students. We had a food blogger who her dream was to start something, and during COVID she had the courage to, and had thousands of followers. A woman that traveled, halfway across the world during COVID to find love, and wanted to share so much about the person that she was getting married to, because he brought her so much hope and inspiration. Parents who had children who were sick, a mother who had a child with autism, just like the children in their lives that were bringing them hope and making them smile. Those were the kinds of stories we were getting from all around the world, and it was really, really incredible. So that, that was sorry, go ahead, Marty.
I was saying, what did they win? Talk a little bit about what because I think those stories are wonderful, because that's, again, that gets back to, creating content and so forth, and really embracing your core customers. But you lower the bar so that it wasn't about just getting an NFT. It was also getting product for a long period of time. And really engaging with the consumers in a way that was meaningful.
So there were two things that you could win. One was the actual NFT, and the NFT was designed to be the Clinique the Clinique molecule. So you got like the first 3 parts of the Clinique molecule, which was really pretty significant. The second was 10 years of product. And so, a lot of our promises, we're not a one and done brand. We're a brand that stays with you as you go through different aspects of your life. And what we said was that 3 consumers would win 10 years of Clinique products. So every year we're going to be in touch with these consumers. They're going to call us and tell our consultants what's going on with their skin, their life, their health overall. And we will customize the package that goes out to them. We really wanted to make sure that the benefits of the program were physical and digital. So yeah, it was an NFT and 10 years worth of products. At the end of the program, our brand ambassadors, Amelia Clark and Melissa Barrera, were so excited about it and so inspired by the stories that they participated and announced the winners on our global social media account. So it was overall just a really great, strong program.
That's great. That's great. And then, was there any hesitation? I think one of the things we talked about and we kind of joked about is like, as far as the hesitation from senior leadership. I mean, I think some of the questions we've caught, that we'll answer a little later is, the metaverse, where do you go? What do you do? And I think it's really important to differentiate between what an NFT is and the metaverse.
Yeah.
I mean, although they're sort of in the same ecosystem to some kind of extent, there's a vast difference in terms of how you would approach that from a brand.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious what that process looked like as you're trying to explain it to senior leadership. Hey, this is what we want to do.
Yeah, especially when you're the first brand in the company to do it. That always makes the conversations even more interesting because there's a certain amount of education that you have to go through. I will say though that the best partners I found as you go through transformation can sometimes be your legal teams, the procurement, finance, HR, and IT. It's incredible when they are empowered and on this journey with you through transformation. They were our biggest advocates for this, which is really hard when you think about like legal, looking at these documents and thinking about the impact of the brand for the very first time, because we've never done an NFT project, or procurement, understanding how to negotiate rights, or finance and HR. So I think we had a tremendous amount of support and understanding, from all of our partner teams, which is really great. I think the biggest discussion we had was on ownership and value. It's a really frightening thing sometimes for a brand to say, I don't own this NFT. Like, I'm going to give you a part of my brand and then we're out. So, and that was the approach we took, right? Which is that we don't own the NFT anymore. We did not assign a value to it. So it really is left up to the community, and the community now owns, 3 of the Clinique molecules, the first ever NFTs that we've created. They get to assign a value and decide if they want to sell it or trade it or keep it. And that, I think, took us the longest, because it takes a bit of discussion to figure out what this means for us as a brand and how we start to redefine the role of a community in this new world.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think that you're 100% right, and we've had these conversations internally at AdMix. I mean, we actually own land to help really bridge the gap, to be that gateway for brands to enter the metaverse, because as a brand, it's an asset. You don't want to own that asset. You don't. I mean, that it creates all different kind of legal issues and all different kinds of hoops that you've got to jump through. And so, what we've really felt was needed was to actually have that ownership of the land, because it's a creator economy now. It's a different type of environment within the metaverse, and different rules to go by. And so from a brand perspective, it can be very scary. So it's interesting the fact that you start with legal first, because that's not normally where I think anybody would think to go to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I always find that we spend so much time training our marketing and digital teams, as we should. And then I think some of the teams that we partner with, a killer legal person that understands digital and where it's going, there's literally like nothing like it, or a finance person, finance lead that understands the importance of investing in a TikTok, or an Upland, or one of these spaces where it's hard to define the value of it, right? That it's really innovation where we're trying to test and learn in that space. I think partnerships like that really, at least in my experience, over time have really helped drive. There's such drivers of innovation if you can get those relationships right.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important, and it is such a new space that I think it's important to understand the dynamics of it, because it's not just a traditional advertiser, brand, agency, publisher relationship any longer. It's a much different ecosystem in which there's different rules and different legalities in terms of how to navigate it. And I think that it's really important that you find the right partners to be able to do that. I think we're getting close to wrapping up. I've got another question, then I think we'll probably go to Q&A. So I think, one of the things that we talked a little bit about was Like what's been the response from your customers with this program? I mean, not just from a stats standpoint, but just obviously you shared some of the stories that from, stories of optimism, which are just phenomenal. Always good to hear.
Yeah.
What else? What other feedback did you get from customers with this program, and what did they think of like an NFT? I mean,
Yeah, the response was incredible. I mean, let me start with just the market first, right? We weren't the first to launch the NFT in the beauty space, but we did it the best, I think, in terms of just pickup. I mean, what we launched with was a US only program that was picked up in 16 countries around the world. And we got, consumers around the world reaching out to us and engaging. We saw lifts in social as high as 20-30%. We saw time spent with the brand increase 60%. We saw really significant lifts in loyalty and lifts in search. So we saw some really incredible results coming in across the board. But the fact that we got, really good comments and interaction from current consumers, from new consumers that probably discovered Clinique for the first time and were eager to engage with us was really incredible. So just solid results across the board, even though it was our first foray into NFTs.
Fantastic. So we've got a couple of good questions. I'll lean into some of them, and then hopefully we'll get to all of them, because I know that we don't have too much time remaining. But I think one of the first questions that we had that I think was really interesting is the TikTok first. That was so fascinating. What was the thought process behind your approach with TikTok first?
I think there's so many comments here on just the social listening piece, which
exactly.
that helped drive it. We were talking about starting with, earlier on, starting with consumer experiences that start from the outside in, and I think that idea is what's leading us to a TikTok first approach. The idea of that's where consumers are. I think there was a question from Angela on, did this take off organically? This was consumers talking about our brand absolutely organically, and us simply listening and being able to respond to it. I think we've learned so much from that approach of these are where the consumers of the future are, and we have to be able to connect with them in a really new and unique, different way. If you've worked with TikTok or spent time on the platform, you know that it's not like any other as well. So it's hard to just throw it into the rest of your mix. And so, we want to make sure that we're continuing to keep social at the heart of everything that we do. And within that ecosystem, TikTok being a really key platform for us.
And it's funny that I think, with TikTok in particular, it's about the creative aspect of it and so forth, which is that next leaping point off to the metaverse, which is really a creator economy.
Yeah.
It's not so much about publishers or platforms, but it's more about creators.
Absolutely.
And I think that's going to be, I think that's a really important understanding that brands need to consider when they think about the metaverse, is that it's all about that digital experiential. It's about an experience that you have with the brand as opposed to just advertising at them.
Yeah.
Which is what I think you've done a really nice job with that initial push of creating that holistic approach through getting the consumer to actually create and share their own stories, and then be able to have them rewarded with it, with something that's unique and tangible from the brand.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're giving something back to them as a way for them sharing with you. And I think that I don't know if that was what your intention was, but it certainly seems like that was intentional throughout the program.
Yeah, and that's so well said. I think the commonalities are this idea of talent-led, influencer-led content and creative that as we were talking about was our strategy into amplifying it on TikTok. But I think that idea and thought easily translates into some of the new innovation areas that we're going into, right? The brands that continue to do it really well are the ones that are building these experiences on a Zepeto, on a Roblox, in a Fortnite, and the experiences are so seamless and so beautifully built And you can see that even on a platform like Roblox, you'll get consumer feedback and interactions really, really quickly. And a low rating or a ranking can make or break the experience. And so it's absolutely critical to get those rich experiences that are really nicely integrated, really done well on all of these platforms, whether it's an Instagram or a TikTok or in the metaverse.
Yeah, and I think that that's also really important because as there's differences within social media, there's differences in the metaverse because we've talked about both you brought up both Decentraland or Sandbox, which are decentralized meta worlds versus Roblox and Fortnite, which are centralized and controlled by the corporations. And I think that it's going to be, again, it's this whole new world of really, how do you navigate that? What's the best way? And where's the best brand experience that you think that you should be in when you're navigating that? And again, I think that that's only going to continue to expand and it's going to be difficult to navigate. And so it's an exciting new world. One of the other questions that we had that I thought was really interesting was like, how does purpose play a role in your marketing efforts? And I think you touched on that you've kind of woven that thread through our conversation, but without actually saying something along those lines. And maybe you can touch on that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. It's a really big pillar for all that we do. I think there's several pillars that we look at, from sustainability to diversity. A lot of it also ladders, up to the Estee Lauder companies, because there's missions and goals that we all play a role into. So even though we're competing brands across the corporation, each brand really plays a role into laddering that up into what ELC does. From a Clinique perspective, we've spent so much time focusing on our sustainability efforts, from packaging to our supply chain to the way we tell our stories on social. There's a lot more that's coming on what we do with diversity, which is a huge pillar for us. And as we think about the way we tell our stories, the talent that we hire in front of and behind the camera, the influencers and the global brand ambassadors that we start to look at, the languages that we use in our comms. There's so much attention being paid to all of that, and there's a tremendous amount of work that we need to continue doing.
Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry, I was on mute. That brings up an interesting question that somebody else had, and that is, I know that you've obviously used some big brand names with Amelia Clark and so forth, which my wife hadn't seen Game of Thrones yet, so I'm watching it all over with her.
Oh, good.
So it's very funny. But have you used and considered micro influencers? Because I know the social influencers is such a broad term that people throw out, and there's obviously the big games, but micro influencers also can be impactful to the brand. Is that something you considered at all?
Yeah, absolutely. We have micro influencers that we work with really closely every day that are sometimes cross platform, but most times unique to the platforms that they're on. We look at our consultants, so the Clinique consultants also as micro influencers, and they go through a process. If you're on any of our social channels, you'll see a tremendous amount of content from our consultants that are, going through a skin school session where you can learn about different trends and recreate makeup looks. And then we're doing everything we can to enable employees as well, and everyday consumers. So we have a few different ways into micro influencers that we've been looking at, and we're going to continue to leverage.
Fantastic. And then one of the other questions just came up from Claudia is, and I think it probably is, but I don't know if it's anything that you've necessarily defined, and that is agile marketing part of your team structure? Or a hybrid approach, because obviously you mentioned that you're able to quickly respond to insights and data coming from social listening. Is that something that you actually call out as part of your process, or is it just sort of naturally baked in?
Yeah, that's such a great question. It's a focus certainly at Clinique, and we've had an incredible year where we've seen the power of that, and so we're trying to harness search insights, social listening insights, and match that back to some of the the product launches that we have and the marketing plans that we have. We look at insights across a number of different ways, right? The brand, the product, the ingredients, just to see what's trending at a certain time and how we can react to that. We still have a whole lot of work to do. I don't think you can ever move fast enough, which Probably is why, yeah, you can never move fast enough, right? Like no matter how fast you get it out there, it's there's always more that you could have done. And so we're looking at our value chain as, not just the brand creating content at all times, but those micro influencers, the consultants, the macro influencers that we have. So we're looking at our entire content ecosystem to see how we can get to market faster.
Well, thanks again for joining us. For anybody new that's joined us, I'll do a quick intro on AdMix. We are really guides for brands into the metaverse. We own over 100 properties across various different platforms within the metaverse and help brands identify where they want to be. We help them build. We actually have a team of builders and then activate and extend that experience within the metaverse. And today we're going to talk to James and Lego, which is James, I really enjoyed our conversation the other day because Lego is such a unique product, and we'll get into this a little bit later. But in terms of like how you're really going to be able to recreate that same experience within the metaverse, or how when it's such a tactile product. So we'll like I said, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but but at the same token, Lego has been dipping their toes into the metaverse a little bit, and really been an early adopter of it. Talk to everybody a little bit about how you got into that, what you decided, and how you approached it, and then some of the takeaways that that you learned along the way, and from that program.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, if you look at Lego's sort of first foray into what is now being called the metaverse, right, is Minecraft, right? And Minecraft is a really interesting example of a metaverse-like experience that has existed for years. I had to dig into Google and find out that Minecraft's been out since 2011, right? And it's got 140 million active users, right? So as far as an active community, it's massive, right? And obviously we've leaned into that that IP from a product standpoint, and it's an incredibly popular sort of partnership that we've developed with them, and it is still, for better or for worse, two separate, albeit parallel paths, from a physical product experience that we develop to a digital product experience that Manjang develops within the video game. But we are very close to that partner and continuing to look at different ways to maybe more closely link those two product experiences. I think you also look at it from anyone that's looking to reach new audiences. You do look at it from an audience perspective, right? And we have to go where our audiences are, right? So we have done 2 activations with Animal Crossing, one for Lego Dots, which was a new sort of play experience around Pride Month, and the other one was for video, a brand new play experience. And like all of these sort of these opportunities, right, I feel like they are the epitome of test and learn, right? You're trying to figure out, you're making your best educated guess based on who's there and the data that you have. And I think we're learning as everyone is as you go. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, because I know we've talked about this, right? But you can't ignore the fact that we are, as a product, a physical, tangible,
right,
brick. And so, there's certainly some philosophical discussions that we have about, what Lego looks like in the digital experience. And then also, one of the sort of highlights that I really like talking about, because I think it really speaks to a potential digitization of our play experiences, we launched a co-building AR experience with Snapchat, and that I think is the closest thing to where I would love to see our brand go, where it is it's principled on building, but connecting people from across the world rather than a physical space.
Yeah, no, I thought that was really cool and really interesting. And, and actually that, we kind of touched on a little bit and teased it, but let's talk a little bit more so about, that philosophical issue that you're really having from a challenge with Lego, because as you touched on, share with everybody, because it's a very big challenge with your product, but yet at the same time, you still have to think of the future and where consumers are. So
it definitely is. I mean, I think, I actually look at, the philosophical principle with the metaverse, like across three different issues, right? I think, is, the phone better than email? Yeah, definitely, right? Is Zoom better than the phone, right? Yes, potentially. But from a B2B standpoint and a professional standpoint, is the metaverse better than Zoom? I mean, I think the likes of Meta is definitely banking on that it is. I don't know. I don't know whether it is. I think we'll see, right? I think as a parent of three young kids, I've definitely got some reservations about the future of the metaverse and the future of this world of decentralization. I get it. I understand the value of it. But I have safety concerns.
Sure.
I have concerns about what impacts it has on their communication development, right, as we go into a more virtual world. But as a brand person of a physical building product, it is a philosophical challenge, right? We sell a product that is predicated on a value proposition of the product, and a selling proposition is that it is it pulls kids away from their iPads and from video games. And yes, we have some video game products, and yes, we have an active YouTube presence, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, as I said, the world is not going to get less digital, or at least not from my expectation. The metaverse is sort of proof of that, right? So we can't ignore it, but at the same time, I think we can't lose sight of the principles of our product, which is a physical building experience. So how can we bridge the two rather than go fully digital? I think is the challenge or the opportunity that we have in front of us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And by the way, you already got kudos on your bookshelf.
Thanks. Yes. I am obviously all in on an NFT, right? As just simply a collectible, right? Clearly from the background of
exactly.
And I don't even need an NFT with a utility. Because half of these things that aren't Lego have zero utility. And my wife informs me of that regularly when I get new things shipped. I had to sneak the boxes in here, but yes.
And I'm sure your kids are very happy of your current employer.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And, working off of, what you've kind of learned in the first iteration, of really the metaverse and really diving in, as brands look to enter the metaverse, what guidance could you give them? Like, what is it that, based off your experience, what, as you think about it, not necessarily with your Lego hat on, because you've got specific challenges along those lines, but, some of the takeaways and key learnings that you had as you've been playing in the space, no pun intended.
Yeah. This would be, oh no, it's fine. We're all good with puns. I mean, this will be a fun one, right? Where the main recommendation that I would give is ask people like you. Right. And I say that being serious in the sense that as part of our internal agency, right, we have a pretty strong operating model, which is know what we know, and most importantly, know what we don't know, right? So partner with those external partners that have done this before. Don't go it alone, and bring in those partners that really have experience. So that's a bit of a facetious answer, I think, but from
I appreciate
one. No worries.
Yeah.
Focus group of one. Like any new channel, I think it's got to start with the audience, right? And is your target audience there, right? And does that make sense for you and your objectives? Study the competition, right? Check out what other people have done, and how it's worked and how it hasn't worked. And then lastly, again, these all sound very obvious, but be purposeful, right? Actually create utility. Don't just do it for clout or PR, although frankly, there are plenty of examples that have been done and seemingly have worked for clout and PR, but I think we may be beyond that wave now. But just consider, whether it's going to be on the collectible side, the gaming side, or the experiential side, trading some utility, I think, is incredibly important.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's I think testing and learning right now, as I've discussed before, is really important because we don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. We don't know what is going to engage your consumers, and the question, and you touched upon this, and it was and Meredith touched on it in our previous fireside chat. But in this environment with a Web3 where the audience doesn't yet exist, right? It's still very nascent. How do you feel? And it is a little going off the cuff, but I mean, how do you feel like if there isn't an audience there, it's okay still to go in and test and learn. And I think that's why you want to go test and learn, because the audience isn't there yet. And so you want to figure out what's going to resonate with them when they're there. Is that, I mean, do you agree with that? Or is that,
I do. I think it obviously depends on so much of what sort of brand you are.
Yeah, sure.
What sort of brand you want to,
right?
You want to be, right? And I think, I always go back to, I started up my career in the Web 2 days, and I vividly remember when Oprah joined Twitter, right? And the world was a buzz, right? The world was a buzz when Oprah joined Twitter, and I vividly remember that month or 2 months after that having to draft or respond to about 10 different briefs from clients saying that they wanted to be on Twitter. And I think, I can't remember exactly, but I vividly remember the vast majority, if not 80% of them, I said, no, you don't need to be on Twitter, or no, you shouldn't be on Twitter. And, there was a litany of reasons why. So I would say the same principles apply, right? I think, if your brand is predicated on innovation and being the first to market in a lot of cases, like the Nikes of this world, then yeah, I think you can, dare I say, get away with not having a perfect execution within the metaverse. And I think that right there is maybe an underlying strategy that I would recommend to everyone, is that it's not going to be perfect, but go in there trying to be very purposeful about what you're trying to learn, and go from there, right? I just read this morning about how the fashion week went, from it was in Vogue, and it was very interesting to hear, like, for the most part, they didn't find it that successful, but there's all the reason why fashion brands want to have a position in the metaverse because of the avatars and all those components.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, it's a challenging space. And if anybody had an opportunity to go in and check it around, I mean, there's definitely, from a user experience, it was definitely, there was some issues, right? Just even walking around and so forth. And but and actually that answer and your response is kind of a great segue in terms of that next question. That's how are you defining success for Lego? I mean, you talked about the different continental co-building experience, but now as you look to Web3 and decentralized, moving more out of kind of the Web 2 into Web3, how are you going to look to define success for Lego in this new environment, given the challenges also that you expressed earlier?
That's a good question, and something that I would again probably deflect to a partner like you guys to help shape that, right? Because I think as you go into these sort of partnerships, right, as a brand looks to go into the metaverse, you hope in most cases they've got an objective business reason, of why, right? And it's a simple brand marketing exercise of creating those KPIs based on that objective. Like anything new, I think you have to be cautious of things like benchmarks and what good looks like versus what bad looks like. But I think even more so, it's less about numerical KPIs and more about, what did you learn from it?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Because again, as we advise clients, it's you want to figure out so that you can iterate, right? So that you can, do it better next time, and so that you can figure it out. And it's not as you wouldn't go in and sponsor a sports team for one season and be done, right? You want to be able to go in, and you've got to have a longer term vision and a commitment to what you're doing there. Even if you're just going to go, even if it's going to be a short term for now, because for, let's say, your seasonality as a brand, right? Let's say there's a certain seasonality, it doesn't make sense for you to be there all year round. You want to make sure that that's the first stepping stone of your next season and the season after, so that you're learning and you've got that strategy ahead of time. And it's really important, I think, to lay that out with a long-term vision of what you want to do, as opposed to just like, hey, I just need to be there, right? Because it's shiny and new.
We're going to make this conversation now. So you tell me, right, from a network, obviously we haven't done, like, I guess, an open metaverse type exercise within Lego. I would love to understand, like, beyond like number of people that show up to your experience. Let's assume it's not an NFT based thing where there's more tangible. What are the numerical metrics that you guys are measuring?
Again, and that's where I get to, look, we look at it from an outcome standpoint, like, kind of exactly what you talked about. What are the outcomes? What are the learnings that, if they're learnings, that's great. What are the, are you looking to have some sort of an engagement, right? Are you just hoping to have, a certain number of your customers show up and, they have like proof of attendance, or what they call POAs within the metaverse, so that you can, show that this, you had so many people there. Or is it in an interaction? Is it with a video that you've got? Is it, an NFT, which we very much define as like a tactic to a broader metaverse strategy, not a metaverse strategy. NFTs are great, but they can give consumers access to certain areas within a metaverse experience or a build that, are VIP. Like if you want to, use it from a standpoint of, rewarding, your best customers. And the way we talk about it is that, you're now inviting consumers in to experience your brand in a new and exciting way, to surprise and delight them within this experience. So how do you do that? That's going to be different from a live event, that's going to be different from a TV commercial, or different from a web experience, a 2D web experience.
Yes.
So, I think that it's really a consultative creative project and process right now that we go through and help guide that process. We're not getting like a, hey, there's not a campaign necessarily that somebody wants to go into the metaverse. So it's like, you have to kind of really go through that creative process and define what it is. And that's really what we see as being, where you're going to find that success. And, again, is also, I think it's also how you sell it through to senior management, right? Like, hey, look, these are, as I'm sure you've experienced, right? It's like, hey, I need, I'm going to dedicate this amount of money, but here's what our objectives are, and here's what we're hoping to get from that. And I think that that's something that's really, important to understand. What are the corporate objectives, and what are the brand objectives in terms of that outcome. So, that's kind of the way that we really look at it. And and success can mean different things for different brands, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
So yeah, I think it's really understanding, because again, there's no cookie cutter to it. It's like, how do you define what's important to you, right? And what do you want to get out of it? So, and I think also it's really interesting too. James, we talked about the fact that Lego is a multi-generational brand, and I thought it was really interesting when we were speaking that you mentioned that the largest growing audience for you guys is adults. How do you view that? Again, how do you view, connecting with adults now in this Web3, which does tend to be more adult, as opposed to the Roblox or the Minecrafts or the Fortnites, which is interesting though, because you're seeing a lot of, high-end brands going into Roblox, let's say, but I don't see that as like their audience. So, I mean, it's like you're building as a brand, you're going to where the audience is, but it may not be your audience, but there is an audience, versus going and building something where there's not an audience. Yet still defined. So, with that in mind, how are you approaching that to reach that adult audience for Lego?
I'm so glad you brought up the Roblox and the other brand experiences in there, because I'm sitting on the sidelines, right, and seeing those activations. Yeah, I to what you said, I am scratching my head to think like, why would a brand like X, I won't say,
Yes.
go into an audience, an environment like Roblox, which skews incredibly young. I imagine. I don't know the data behind it. And that's why I'm not being overly critical on it. But yeah, right. I think, listen, it's going to come down to a significant audience analysis, right? And if I knew everything, and by for what it's worth, when I saw the title of this the speaking opportunity to be the mastering the metaverse, I am not mastering anything to do with metaverse. I am just curious about it.
Exactly. You're not alone in that way. You're not alone along those lines. It's still, it's still so early that everybody is still trying to define and understand what it takes to master the metaverse. So,
so I could say, I listen, Lego's a big company. I fully believe that there is a department or a group of people that are having very action and solution oriented conversations as it relates to what is our position on the metaverse. If you're listening, I'd love to join those conversations. Right, but as I said, I think without just me having a real overview of the audience analysis, I would assume that there has to be a considerable overlap with what we at Lego call our sort of our build and display audience.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That right, where there's this collectible dynamic, and the clear overlap between that and NFTs, right? The collectible components with NFTs. Right. At a basic level, what does an NFT version of our Lego minifigure look like? Because there is that collectability that already happens. That seems to be the most obvious one for adults. And we have a massively impactful high affinity network fan group that know more about the product than we do to some cases, and do more amazing things with the product than we do. And we hire them as product designers, and they have been employees. So I think I would say,
by the way, I think it's great. I love that you guys do that. I mean, it's such a natural tie-in, right?
It is. So for me, to answer the question, I think the NFT area is probably the most obvious one from an adult standpoint. But then if you think about, to flip it, if you think about, what's happened in Minecraft from a experience standpoint, and how people have gone about building the most obscene virtual environments, and seen in a good way, like just the craziest, most intricate virtual environments, there's got to be something there. Focus group of one, I don't get it, and I clearly get the collectible standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's a natural time to be able to be able to tie both the NFT and the experience in terms of building. You can allow for adults to really get in and play with your product within this new environment, but at the same time rewarding them through an NFT and these unique experiences, and be able to participate in a value exchange, right? So now no longer am I just collecting something building, but it's now appreciating in value because it's more exclusive, or it gives me access to more events and so forth.
I think there is one thing that I think we as a brand are very cautious of, is that exclusivity nature. We don't want to be exclusive, right? We want to be inclusive, which is obviously a big buzzword for good reason right now.
Sure, absolutely.
But just from we predicate ourselves of giving everyone access to our product, at a number of different price points. So I think there is a little bit of a philosophical challenge about that NFT collectability standpoint.
Right. If it's going to be available to everybody, then it.
Yes, but I still think this is an interesting opportunity to potentially test out what that exclusivity looks like from a digital standpoint versus a physical standpoint.
No, it's going to be interesting. Listen, it's going to be interesting, right? This is a brand brave new world, and this is the opportunity and the time to really get in there and figure this out, because it's only going to continue to grow, and you've got to get your foothold in there some way, and you've got to get in and learn what's going to really engage and what's going to make the most amount of sense for your audience, because they're going to be there. and you
Yes.
want to make sure that you're there when they're there. And but also, listen, and look, I think, James, it's, there are so many different opportunities within the metaverse, and I know it's still very nascent, and you guys have just started to experiment and think about it from that perspective. But what do you see as some of the bigger challenges for brands as they consider participating in the metaverse, even in your survey of one? Like, where is it that you see some of the bigger challenges? I think, we talked about it a little bit the other day, but just kind of curious if you could expand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we sort of talked about it in various places. I mean, I think for the most part, the brands that have done it, right, are the brands that are comfortable with failing, right, or they're comfortable with failing forward, and not getting things perfect. I think so. I certainly take great inspiration from that. Right, it doesn't have to be a 10 out of 10. It can be a 7 out of 10 sort of execution. We've talked about bringing on the right partners involved, and not in any case trying to do this by yourself. And I've definitely heard instances of that. And I think for the most part as well, and these are marketing principles, right, is being not just considerate of your audience, but just creating value, right? Build some value into it, so that there is a reason why you're doing it, and it isn't just for clout or just for the PR or just for the clicks. I think that's super interesting, and I've seen that in a couple cases, and not as many cases as I thought I would see from brands getting involved. But again, I am only a focus group of one, and I'm sure, I hope that they have, strategic reasons for why they've done X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it is, as we talk to brands like every week. Multiple, we're probably having 10 to 15 meetings a week, talking with Fortune 500 brands and their agencies. And it's, everybody has their different take on it, and everybody's still learning. They're very much trying to figure out this new space and what's going to make the most amount of sense. And I think, to your point, though, it depends on what the brand's objectives are and what they're comfortable with, because there are some brands, for example, that do want to be there first, right? They need to be there first, both from just a brand, flag in the ground standpoint, and then also, they want to see that PR value out of it as well. And then there's others that are taking more of a wait and see approach. Like, I want to make sure I want to be there, but I want to be there right and authentic. And I think, one of the challenges I think some brands have faced is that they haven't been authentic. Authenticity is so important within this space, because it's really about a community. And you have to be authentic to that community, but at the same time, be authentic to your brand. And I think that's where, as you go through that creative process, is what you really need to kind of figure out where that balance is between how do you authentically integrate yourself in with this new community and make sure that you're not tomorrow's meme, but at the same time, you're still true to your brand ethos. And, but you also have to, kind of like with user generated content, to a certain extent, you have to give up a little bit of, that brand control to a certain extent, because each, platform is different and unique in the way that your brand is visualized, right? So Sandbox is more of a Minecrafty type experience. And if you're comfortable with your brand being represented that way, right, then that's okay. Then you're comfortable in that environment. Whereas Decentraland is a little bit more realistic and lifelike, a little bit more gamified, but more realistic. And then there's even like the Sumnum spaces, which, if anybody hasn't heard of, is a little bit more, much more graphically rich. And that's the challenges that a lot of brands will face, is like, where is going to be the best entry point for me, not only based on audience, but how my brand is represented. And is that something that I'm comfortable with, having my brand represented in that way? Which kind of getting back to your Roblox comment is also very interesting, because, it's, in the Roblox environment, it's a very gamified, outside of it being a younger audience, very gamified sort of experience from a brand perspective. So it's interesting.
Yeah, and I think you're hitting on a fun point here, right? About just the explosion of the creator economy and the value that creators bring to experience, content, whatever it may be. At the end of the day, they are better than brands at creating content and creating experiences, because for the most part, right, they're not trying to sell as hard as brands are. And even if they are, it's more built into the dynamic that they created with their community. So I'm really excited to see where how the bigger creators within the space, how the bigger influencers within the various metaverses start building out, beyond what the Bored Ape Yacht Club have done and others. I'm excited to see where those NFT communities that are fervent, sort of come to life in the metaverse. That to me is an interesting opportunity. And I think one where brand, to your point, can come and get involved with them in a more authentic way than dropping your brand logo and experience into the metaverse. That's just me maybe being a cynic.
No, you're 100% right. You don't want to replicate what you're doing in the real world and just pop in like a location where I can go shop or buy something. Again, you're inviting consumers in for this new and exciting experience, and it's got to be that, or else it's not going to be authentic. And consumers will see right through that. And this community in particular is very vocal about what they like and they don't like. So by the way, opening up for questions and answers. We've got a couple of minutes left. One question that just came in is what, outside of the metaverse and everything, like what's been the most interesting programs that you've launched while you've been at Lego? What's, maybe what probably the most fun or proudest, program you've launched? Besides any of the builds behind you.
Oh, that's fine. No, the most fun was creating the go-to-market content plan and producing the content for the Queer Eye Lego set. Simply, one, because they're an amazing bunch of people, and everything from the product development process to how that product came to fruition. It was just a fun one to be a part of. And obviously they have a super important mission. So I was proud to be able to support that mission through our product. And
that's awesome.
Their minifigures I can't see. They're over there.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And is that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the other one would be I think maybe the Snapchat building experience, because I think that was anytime you're doing a first, partnering with a platform like that and bringing a sort of a first time technology to an audience that's that big, like the entire Snapchat audience, I think that was super exciting and just incredibly powerful to see what happens when a platform like that gets behind a brand and an idea. They can pull off some pretty crazy things pretty quickly.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing those. That's and again, I think that's our careers so many times, and certainly on the brand side, you get an opportunity to work across so many different programs and so forth. It's always nice to see like what people are most proud of, and it has been the most rewarding for them. Because I think that's an important element of what you do, right, for a living. Yes. It's not just all work, but you're certainly proud of of a lot of it. Well,
listen, if you can't have fun working in a toy company, then you can't have fun doing a lot of things.
You're basically the Tom Hanks character.
No, by no means, no. I wish.
So another question that just came up is like, and again, if you had your crystal ball out and recognizing that it's still very far off, but like in the next 2 years, where do you see the metaverse as just from again, your survey of one, where do you see the metaverse in the next 2 years?
Gosh, I'm listening to like we do on all this, trying to absorb so much information from so many different people on this topic. I'm fascinated around the notion of decentralization and how it naturally becomes centralized. So if you look at the whole premise of NFTs and the decentralization of the blockchain that supports it, but there is still a very Web 2, very centralized gateway with OpenSea and Rarible, right? And the challenges that creates with that dynamic. So from a I guess to use the word, yeah, the philosophical standpoint, I'm very interested to see how those dynamics play out, right? Yeah, in the world of Roblox, in the world of Minecraft, Animal Crossing, and then in true decentralization of Decentraland and Sandbox and those other communities, where I think the principles of Web3 are coming to life a little bit more. I'm just very interested to see how all those sort of dynamics play out. There was a great analogy that I listened to talking very much about, the evolution of the computer, right? And the computer wasn't Microsoft or Apple, right? And it was sort of a much more decentralized sort of technology that was code, right? And then all of a sudden, operating systems came in, and you've got what I believe potentially could happen with Web3. So as I said, that's the thing I'm most interested to see play out. I'm fascinated with how quickly things have evolved, which is both exciting and terrifying from a technology standpoint, right? It felt like, we had heard about Bitcoin and the blockchain for years and years and years and years. And you're like, oh yeah, it's over there.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And it's just landed. And I have to believe that it's landed quickly and evolved quickly as Web 2 has gone into massive decline for all the reasons that we're aware of. So yeah, it's a fascinating space. So fascinating.
Don't know exactly where things are going to go. I think that it's it's going to be interesting to see how we get asked this question a lot, like, well, why do I have to buy land, or why they can just create more of it? Well, within each of these platforms, part of the community rules and regulations is this is how many plots of land we're going to have, and that's it. And so what you're going to see is some more type of opportunities within specific meta worlds that are going to be for specific genres, right? Or certain genres of or verticals, if you will. And I think it's going to be interesting how that all plays out in the future, because I think that it's no different than you've got a website that you go to for fashion news, or that you go to for sports news. I think it may kind of iterate along those lines. So it's going to be interesting to see. And we had one last question, and I'll answer this one, is where can someone go to get involved in Web3 and Metaverse? Groups, content, people to follow. I'm in LA and want to dive in. Come on in.
Man,
the water's warm. The water's warm. There's plenty of content out there. Plenty of content.
There is so much. There is so much. I think what I've noticed is there's a lot of introductory content, and that anyone that is a digital native, I think a lot of that introductory content is obvious, like all things, right? I used to remember people being like, well, how do I get into social media advertising? Like, how do I understand how it works? The best way to do it is throw $100 in there and get involved, right? So build out your own experience, right? Join one of these metaverses and see for yourself, because without it, there's only so much that reading can do for you, unless you truly experience. I would also say, and we talked about this before, speak to a 13-year-old kid or a young kid, and watch how they communicate with their friends, and you'll start understanding why these virtual worlds are going to be so important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're absolutely right, though. I would say the best way is just to jump in. Go into Decentraland, go into Sandbox right now. They're in season 2, and see what it's all about. And there we're getting the hook. Well, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us again. And those 2 great sessions with Lego and Estee Lauder. I think that, one of the things that we're seeing is how quickly the space is moving. And I'm excited now to introduce you to Caroline Masulo, who is the VP of e-commerce marketing at Peapod Digital Labs. And I think we're just waiting for Caroline to join us here in just a second. There she is.
I'm here. Hi.
Hey, how are you, Caroline?
Great. How are you?
I am doing good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, of course. It's nice to be here. A little break in the day.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So, Caroline, I think, one of the things that we had talked about was, Peapod has definitely evolved as an organization and has expanded tremendously. And wondered if you could share with everybody a little bit about more your and your team's role to kick us off a little.
Yeah, sure. I always start with some context around Peapod Digital Labs. Many people are not familiar with it. If you're from Chicago, you remember Peapod, but PDL is only a few years old. And I can give a little context in terms of how we're structured and how we support our grocery brands in the US. But Peapod Digital Labs is a company of Ahold Delhaize, which also many people have not heard of. It's the fourth largest grocer. And in the US, Ahold ADUSA, as we call it, consists of 6 brands up and down the East Coast. So Hannaford, Stop and Shop, Giant Food, Fresh Direct, and Food Lion. And my role at PDL, which Peapod Digital Labs is like a centralized support resource for all of our brands across kind of all of the facets of e-commerce and kind of omni-channel customer facets. But my team is supporting the brands across a few different areas. So anything from new customer acquisition to retention. So focusing on omni-channel strategy, digital marketing, kind of in the more traditional sense, content, CRM, and loyalty. So that's just kind of a quick overview. I've been there for about 3 years. This is my first time not sitting client side. And a lot of my former roles were focused in the restaurant industry. So this has been a wild ride, joining a grocery company right before a pandemic. Surprise.
Sure. Well, it was a good time in terms of the way the economy shifted, and everybody was really, hoping to get their food delivered much quicker and avoid having to go out into grocery stores. So certainly,
Exactly.
I'm sure it's kept you busy.
It has. And, from a marketing perspective, it was one of the weirdest times in my career because we actually had to turn off every single dollar of marketing for months. And usually, as all of us marketers know, you're usually looking for more money. So it was just really, really interesting because we obviously couldn't supply the demand. But yeah, we're on.
Yeah,
we're
they're
kind of on the flip side.
Yeah, no, there were definitely a few categories such as that really were somewhat challenged about how we're supposed to market a product that we're doing okay with, and we don't want to encourage right now because there's already so much demand out there anyway.
Exactly.
So yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what I really would love to talk about today, and that is I think that within that space and all the, Ahold's a big company and with so many different areas to go with. And I think society is changing, and obviously the metaverse is leading the way in terms of really this 3D internet. And so I'm kind of curious how, as a whole, your organization is looking, at the metaverse and how you're considering it from an overall perspective for, to not so much grow your business right now, but to get into this space and test and learn and see how it really, your customers relate to it from that perspective and really change, the dynamic a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very transparent person. Like transparently, I think we're definitely kind of in the explore phase. I think obviously being in the grocery industry, we're a little distinct from a lot of the other companies we've heard from today, just because obviously we're an essential business. And if you think about the momentum and since birth of the metaverse, kind of amidst the pandemic and in our category, amidst some really potentially life-altering supply chain issues, our team has certainly first and foremost been supporting our brands to provide what our customers need. But the metaverse is something that we're looking at, even within our category, what some players are doing, and certainly some adjacent partners. Like we have a lot of CPG partners that have entered the space. So we're kind of watching their test and learn as well. And, I was just thinking about the other day, like General Mills, who's a really great CPG partner of ours, they did a really cool like NFT auction that was promoting the return of Dunkaroos, which I was engaged with because we did a really fun thing with Dunkaroos within the pandemic. But, just having spent some time with categories like that from a marketing perspective, it's like that is the target audience. Like that audience is engaged, that is engaged with Dunkaroos is certainly the target audience for a kind of, cryptocurrency digital art experience. So like that makes a lot of sense. So, if I think about what we heard from Alo earlier today, from a shopping perspective, the interactive environment is like really obviously pretty conducive also to the grocery category because we replicate kind of that brick and mortar retail experience, but with food. But obviously less from like trying something on before you buy it. But I think the grocery category has an opportunity to really utilize different aspects of the metaverse, I'd say, to kind of close the gap between what I see as physical brick and mortar grocery shopping and the customer needs around exploration is what we talk about. And like I actually like to go grocery shopping. Sometimes it's super functional, but like walking the aisles, looking for new products, trying new things, like touching and feeling produce and things like that. Those types of sensory aspects to grocery shopping are obviously more difficult to bring to life in traditional e-commerce. I have 3 boys, so I was just listening to the last conversation where it was like just talk to a 13-year-old. So I have a 10, a 12, and a 16-year-old, all boys. So I have learned a lot about even trying to like initially grasp what the heck all of this was. But, I'll see my boys having conversations with their Oculus with, people and engaging and asking questions and getting answers. And I think from a grocery perspective, I could see the ability from a customer service standpoint. That's interesting. I think, if you think about like haptics and, one of the consumer insights we have about why people don't want to grocery shop online is because they like to know the ripeness of their bananas and touch their avocados. So if you think about like haptics in a metaverse environment and being able to actually like feel your produce as one example before you put it in cart, I mean, sounds kind of wild. But I feel like that's where we're at with all of this. It's pretty cool. So there's certainly a lot of opportunity. I think we're just keeping an eye on some of the interesting kind of, NFT, more like marketing campaign aspects that could probably help with like new customer acquisition further along the line.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it really opens up the category to tell a different story when you're talking about, food in terms of, so much about it is the sustainability is so important these days, and knowing where your food came from or recipes and cooking. Mm-hmm. And there's so many different ways that you can really leverage a story behind the food that you can't communicate walking down the aisle, that you can't communicate. You don't want to necessarily replicate what you're doing in the real world within the metaverse, but at the same time, it gives that storytelling that you just can't do either through a 30-second, 60-second commercial or a print ad or outdoor or digital. And I think that's really the narrative that a lot of brands are looking at this. Like, how can I tell a different part of my brand story that I just can't do otherwise, that will help really engage with my consumers and make them understand why it's good to buy my product, not just based on price, instead of just making it a commodity purchase, but all of the farmers that are brought into it and how it's farmed in different stories. So I think that, there's just endless possibilities in terms of how you can do it. It just takes a little creativity and some great storytelling.
Exactly. Yep.
And one of the things that I think has been so interesting, and I think you shared this a little bit in terms of the learnings you've had, but as an organization, as you've been watching and learning your category, what are some of the things that you found interesting in terms of not maybe that could be applied to Peapod Digital Labs, but more so just within the grocery category? What have you seen from a competitive standpoint that has been, well, that's really kind of interesting. I hadn't thought of that, or that's an interesting way to do it, because not everything is with an Oculus. Much of it is, web-based. But
Right.
I think, from a VR-based standpoint, there's definitely a lot of cool things that you could do. But I'm just kind of curious what you're seeing out there within the category.
Yeah. So, if I think about the entire grocery category, there's pockets where there's some, kind of pretty strong brand advocacy. So I actually live in Dallas, Texas. Our company is headquartered in Chicago. But we're a big Trader Joe's market. And I feel like if you are a Trader Joe's customer, like you're kind of a ride or die Trader Joe's, like you're either in or you're out. But if you look at the entire grocery category compared to other categories, I feel like brand advocacy isn't necessarily as strong. If I look at some of the executions, again, that I get excited about, Chipotle has done a really nice job. I know the former conversation was around like it has to be authentic and fit with your brand, and like that they always do kind of really innovative, interesting things to continue to kind of drive that brand advocacy that's very, very relevant for their customers. I think it's for us, there's this opportunity to, I don't want to say force, but create more immersive experiences that naturally generate brand love and brand loyalty in a category, which is, fairly functional in some moments, and it has to be something that in grocery is very natural, because again, this is not something that someone, wants. Typically it's like, I have to go get food in order to make dinner for my family. So it has to be something that doesn't get in the way of this very convenience and value focused experience. So that's kind of like, that's the sweet spot for me, is like introducing natural experiences that still deliver convenience and value, but also are truly representative of like our unique brands in a way that is creating kind of that next generation of brand loyalists. So haven't solved it, but that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it.
No, absolutely. And I don't think anybody solved it. And I think that's why we're such at a critical point in this space, is it's so nascent. It's not a scale and reach opportunity right now. It's much more of a, hey, I know that my audience is going to be there. I need to test and learn right now. And there's going to be failures, right? And I think that you need to go into it knowing that everything's not going to be a home run, but you need to just think about like, well, what do we want to learn from this, and how can we iterate from what we've done so that we can continue to capture more and more of our customers within this new channel. And so I think that, taking that long-term view, but also waiting to see what else other people are doing, let them make a couple of key mistakes first too. It's always not bad.
Yep.
You don't always have to be first. It's so funny that a lot of ways that I've seen brands utilize the metaverse is I have to be first in my category and I want the PR value out of it and so forth. And I think, that's important and that's a strategy, right? But I think the way that this is going is that this is around to stay. There's going to be, the metaverse is changing so much on a day-to-day basis. What's now, true today is going to be different in 6 months. It's going to be different in a year and 2 years from now, because it's just going to scale so fast. That it's important, to really kind of make sure that you're deliberate and you're authentic in that approach about what you want to do, so that, you're taking the long-term view of it and not just, trying to get in and get out just to say that you're doing it. Which actually is a great segue into my next question. And that is, where do you see within your category? I mean, I think with COVID, it's a, kind of a peaks and valleys of different times when we feel safe going out and when we don't, based on the fact that, we're dealing with a virus. It's not anything that's going to be cured, right? It's going to be kind of like the flu, and it's something we're just going to have to learn to live with. And, as you look into 2022 in the back half and beyond, where do you see, the category that you're in, both on a private label and, grocery in general, which I know is its own beast, kind of adapting to these, new environments, both physically and then also digitally?
Yeah, and I think you mentioned private brands, and that's a space I'm incredibly excited about. And our team is helping to partner kind of like how we can really reinvigorate and innovate in that space, because from my perspective growing up, like private brands weren't cool. And now I feel like private brands are now doing all these cool partnerships and exclusivities. And like, it's certainly in this time, that's one of our biggest challenges is obviously the price of food. And a lot of our customers are price sensitive. So continuing, like, again, within all of these different challenges and supply chain and things like that, like we hit such a peak from an e-commerce perspective and an omni-channel perspective, because we value both in terms of, we love the customers that switch as well. We hit such peaks that, and I'm sure other people could kind of commiserate with me, but it's like leadership gets used to seeing those numbers for delivery and e-com channels, and the challenge is on. And we our team saw it during the pandemic. We're like, okay, like this is kind of too easy right now. Like this is going to suck when we start rolling out of this, because everyone's going to want us to kind of continue to maintain those really high e-com numbers. So that's, I think, where our team is definitely going to be focused, and figuring out ways that we can provide value when there's just not an option in terms of the price of food, outside of continuing to offer more and more really valuable private brand products.
Fantastic. Yeah. And, I think everybody's here from a marketing perspective and to learn, and we don't have to, it doesn't all have to be about the metaverse, although that's very important. I think, you touched on your career in QSR and long history there. What have been some of the most, or one of the most memorable programs you worked on that you probably were proudest of, that you were able to get over the finish line? They don't always have to be the biggest. They don't always have to be the best, but one of that's the hard won, the hard won victories that are always the most memorable. And I'm curious, kind of what you could pass on to and share with everybody today, and why it was so memorable.
Yeah, sure. And I feel like I cheat a little bit, because like the categories I've worked in have been like burgers and pizza and fries and margaritas. So like anything is kind of fun. So if I think kind of my biggest personal achievement was, so I led the e-commerce team at TGI Fridays for a couple years. And one of the biggest insights was that obviously the best margins are coming from alcohol sales. And that was also one of our brand's greatest assets in terms of what people thought of the brand and why people visited us. It was really very, very bar focused. I was challenged with driving our e-commerce business, which at the time, remember, this is way pre-pandemic, there was no such thing as, food and alcohol delivery. So there was no way, it was literally illegal for Fridays to, deliver your whole meal from an e-com perspective, inclusive of alcohol. But we identified a startup here in Dallas that, we were the first QSR in the US actually to kind of crack this nut, because it was such a bee in our bonnet. It was such an untapped world of food and alcohol delivery together. And we ended up, it was obviously we had so much legal around it, but we had a full-blown test here in Dallas, where we were partnered with a company that at the time was called Lash. and the driver would go to actually a liquor store to purchase alcohol, and then they would go to a Fridays to get your food. And then it would be delivered all in one order. So there was like last mile logistics. It was craziness, but we did it, and we did so much fun PR around it. We had talked about, but then talked about it publicly, like having delivery bartenders also come and like, you know, do like flipping bottles at your house for your party with the alcohol and food that they brought. And it was, I think to this day, it's still the biggest, like the most talked about from like an impressions and engagement. Like it was all over the news, like for TGI Fridays. So it was really relevant. There was so much headwinds, even internally, because it was just so legally bound. And then it ultimately got the attention of the TABC. For those of you not in Texas, down in Austin. Yep.
I've done an alcohol event in Texas. They're very regulated.
That's
Got to
correct.
get past
So,
that TABC.
yeah, let me just say we got a letter that we weren't doing anything illegal, obviously, but it was more like, we're kind of annoyed that you guys figured this out and like didn't really involve us at all. But anyway, like our work there had been done, and it like paved the way in terms of like, now that's like a very common thing. And then, you know, the pandemic kind of changed everything related to kind of like to-go alcohol. But so many good lessons learned there, just in terms of like identifying first and foremost, like the idea was really fun, but just grounding it in the actual financial potential return. And like, if we think about actually trying to get what we would call like incremental share of stomach, like there's so many little things we could be doing. And people always like to say, oh, we should have more marketing dollars. And it was like, no, like, let's take a step back. And if the world was really ours, like, where would we really leapfrog? And it was just powering through and finding your advocates. And yeah, that was super fun.
Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds like a pushing boundaries. It's not too unchallenged is what we're doing here in the metaverse. We're launching an event here within Decentraland tomorrow, a big event that's kicking off, and it was within a sector that is heavily regulated, and so navigating all the channels between wearables and what we could and couldn't do was truly unique, because it's such a new space. And when you're breaking those boundaries, it's not so much about what you can and can't do. It's about, well, can we do this? And are we allowed to do this? And how do we get around it, and coming up with solutions to problems? And one of the things we always talk about in the metaverse is solving Web3 problems with Web3 solutions. And it's always important now in this new environment that you're solving those solutions. And I think that that's always what for me always makes things memorable and exciting, is when you've overcome those problems and been able to solve and work through them. So thanks so much for sharing that. That was a great story. Obviously we were talking about the metaverse and so forth, and everybody's got a different perspective and different point of entry and so forth. And you're taking very much a wait and see approach right now, where you're learning and thinking about what the best entry point is for the brand. Where do you think marketers in general, or that you've talked to, are kind of still unsure about the metaverse and Web3 in general? Because I think, the metaverse is a term that gets thrown around very, very, very liberally, let's say. And there's two very distinct, metaverse. There's the, decentralized metaverse, which is Web3, which is, Sandbox and Decentraland and Sumnum Space and, TGC World. And there's a lot of new ones coming out. And then there's, the centralized metaverse, which is the Roblox, the Fortnites, the Minecrafts of the world, the Metas of the world. And, where do you see sort of holes when you're talking internally or talking to your peers in the industry? What are you seeing come up as being somewhat of a challenge or misunderstanding that everybody's talking about, or at least the topic of the moment, I should say?
Yeah. And I think, for me personally, I could much more easily grasp the centralized piece, because again, 3 boys, all we do is play Roblox, Fortnite, like all of it. Okay. So like I started to kind of understand, because it was just my life that I was living in. I think the decentralized becomes I think from when I talk to or I hear conversations, first of all, there's just like still not mass awareness or understanding of what all this stuff is. It's like you can typically find like one or two people that are like highly geeking out about it and like super engaged. And so those are the people that are awesome for education. But I would say like at the highest level, the perception is this is just another thing that is going to be incredibly expensive to enter and create impact in a very kind of like exciting and crowded space. And like, how are we thinking about it long term? So it's not one and done. And, even though we're in grocery and this category has performed well and is fairly consistent from a performance standpoint, we're like any other company where you never have enough marketing dollars. So I just feel like there's this perception of like another thing. And then you get into which channels are performing the best and where are we going to pull dollars from in order to create these experiences and campaigns? And, that's like at the highest level. I also think even for me personally, I'm like, still trying to figure out where it makes sense to create these experiences in this kind of like incremental 3D web world versus all of our other web experiences that we have millions of customers going to every day, so it's like, how do we not just add another ridiculous layer to, again, a category that is supposed to be pretty straightforward and convenient?
Yeah, no, absolutely. By the way, I need to plug my computer in. So I'm just going to, I'm here, but I don't want to really get lost by dropping off. So I've got to scramble a little bit and find it, but we're still going to talk and you can still hear me. Bear with me for just a second.
You got it.
It's really interesting. Yeah, I'll do it in 1 second. I just want to make a comment because I think it's really interesting. And one of the things that I've learned in launching products and dealing with, Fortune 100, Fortune 500 brands now within the metaverse is that when you're actually activating and actually building is that it actually does take a longer time than expected to actually build because it is a new space. And so I just want everybody to really think about that when you are thinking about launching within the metaverse. It's sort of like real life construction. Plan longer than expected so that you can make sure that you get everything taken care of that you need to, and so you don't miss any elements along those lines. And I'm going to ask a question, then I'm going to go look for my cord, then I'll be right back. So I'll let you fill the time here as we're talking, and I'll chime in a little bit. But you mentioned QSR and so forth. What and now making this move and how it's been really kind of a different viewpoint from your perspective and a little paradigm shift from your experience, and kind of curious what's been the biggest opportunities that you've seen and and also some of the challenges when you've moved over.
Yeah. So I think what has been personally challenging for me is I've spent my career in categories that have really, really high emotional consumer engagement. And for a marketer, that's super fun. So if you think about McDonald's, while half of the United States may say they hate it, that's also an interesting challenge. And people know what McDonald's is and again, are either obsessed or like think that, you should close your doors. So I think what was personally difficult for me at first coming over to grocery is, I mentioned it earlier, it doesn't have as much like emotional consumer engagement because it's an essential business. That's not going to blow anyone's mind saying that. But I think where that personally has created an opportunity for me and is probably the reason why they hired someone from outside of grocery, is to identify those white space areas that grocery hasn't typically played in. And I mentioned we turned off all of our marketing dollars during the pandemic, and that was an uncomfortable time for our team, but also kind of gave us the ability to take a step back and think about interesting kind of trends we were seeing. And my team is the only marketing team that has purview kind of across all brands. So when we're trying to identify white space opportunities. They have to be relevant for all of our customers. And if I think about our grocery e-commerce experience, like 3 years ago when I started, 2 years ago, it was very kind of like conversion based, like fewest clicks, like, get the add to cart and get them out. And we identified some interesting trends during the pandemic that we felt like had some relevancy to our category. And I'll just mention one to kind of like paint this for people, but actually back to Dunkaroos, I was in a meeting and someone mentioned that Dunkaroos were being relaunched. And my question was like, oh, like, did we negotiate that, like, or do we ever negotiate to like be the first grocery company to bring it back? Or like, do we have any incremental content? Like, that's like really cool and huge and fun to like target specific consumers that we like, know buy that kind of stuff and would be psyched because it was like trending on Instagram and all this stuff. And it was like, no, like we don't really like do that. And so then it got our team thinking again, because we had time, because we weren't like spending a whole lot of working media dollars. And we were like, there's this whole fun nostalgia trend happening during the pandemic because everyone was like in these crazy difficult times and everyone was kind of like thinking back to better times. And the 90s, as everyone knows, was like trending in the beginning, and Saved by the Bell and all this stuff. So our team, just for fun, we were like, hey, can someone pull how many grocery products we have that are from that either launched in the 90s or were really hot during the 90s? And of course, it took the merchandising team like a hot second. And suddenly we learned we had over 1,800 products that were like super rad in the 90s. So we went to our brands and we're like, this is super fun and like topical. And can we create a 90s grocery like landing experience? And we designed it and it looked like Saved by the Bell and it had all of the fun products on it. And we were able to like organically get some cool PR, which like, again, for traditional grocery companies, this was like pretty outside the box, and I'm going head to head with the cool stuff that like Walmart's and Amazon's are doing. So it's like, we got to kind of think differently here, but that was the first opportunity where like we were creating experiences that would actually intentionally kind of create engagement and slow down that like, add to cart, super fast conversion, like super convenient. It was like, no. And we subsequently have continued to create experiences and like snackable content that, from a TikTok perspective and adding music and creating playlists. And we do, like celebrity chef tutorials. And it's like, really thinking about not just selling bananas, but creating like a truly engaging, immersive grocery experience. So many other categories have been doing this forever. I always just have to remind people, like grocery is a little different.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's exactly a great experience to bring into the metaverse. That's the kind of stuff that you can really play off of. That's a unique story, right? That's playful, right? And is nostalgic and cool that you can bring into that and make it interactive. And it's about that engagement. I think it's just figuring out what those KPIs are and those new successes are
exactly
within an environment, because it's not going to be scale and reach to a certain extent right now, but still there's value there of that interaction. And I think Angelique talked about this before, is that, even if it's 100 people, the feedback that you get through the metaverse and through those channels is really great. Consumers are really interactive. And so I'm glad to hear that. Now it's just the next step.
Exactly.
The next step. But one of I love to always end, somewhat, because we've got a few minutes left, is, advice to other marketers and someone who's just starting in their career in marketing. What would be, one or two pieces of advice for them that they could walk away with and go, as they're thinking and plotting out their plan with everything changing so much now, how would, if you could do things differently when you were starting out and give some advice to someone, what would you tell them right now?
Yeah, I think, so I grew up as a marketer within Yum Brands, which is an amazing culture. And I'm so thankful for having grown up there. And one of the things that I learned while growing up at Yum was the importance of creating meaningful, authentic connections in areas outside of marketing within the organization, and creating a network of individuals and leaders in other areas of the business, learning how they work and what they do. That became so important as I kind of moved through different roles. And you have these advocates that help you move things through from a marketing perspective that have interdependencies with other departments much more quickly. And I think that is why, like, to go back to the food and alcohol delivery, was like, that actually, like, I didn't use marketers for that. Like, that was like I need ops, I need training, I need legal friends, I need like packaging people. Like, it helped because I had already kind of created my network of all of the wizards who can help get things done, because marketers are seen as kind of like the crazy ideas. And I just remember I was very insular because I didn't know how to kind of network that way internally when I first started at Pizza Hut, and so like that to me is something that I always tell people, like, just get to know people. You never know. And if you have a question and need to get something done, those leaders in the other areas of the business will be your advocate because you took the time to get to know their piece of the business.
I think that is a great piece of advice. I really do. I totally agree with that as well, because exactly how everything fits together, because marketing is great, but it actually has to get executed. There's so many different people involved in that process. If you don't have any connections within there, you're just starting them when you're working on something, as opposed to already having that. And you can just pick up the phone and ask someone or ask their guidance before you decide to go and propose something, right? Was this even possible, right? Yep. Let me pick your brain a little bit. So, well, thank you so much, Caroline. It was a great session. It was really, I'm so glad you took the time to join us today, and look forward to seeing you at one of the in-person live Metaverse or Brand Innovators events and Metaverse things.
Absolutely.
So,
wonderful.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. We're going to keep on moving today. I'm going to run into a session now with Jonathan Roman, who is the Senior Director, Marketing, Data, and Technology Operations at Chime. And Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us from Las Vegas, I understand.
Oh, yeah. So I'm here for MAU this week. For those of you in the mobile marketing sector, you'll all be familiar with that conference. But yeah, in my fun hotel room here. Fun fact, I was on a call earlier. Somebody thought this was my home. And when I told them I was in a hotel room in Vegas, they were like, I'm glad, because with that wallpaper, I thought you were a murderer or a serial killer. And I was like, yeah. A creepy background, I guess, or wallpaper. So
well, that's good to know, right? It's good to know that it's a little frightening what people actually think about when they see, now that we're inviting them into our rooms and our homes in this way, what they really are thinking about our backgrounds and wallpaper.
Yeah, it was definitely a moment of relief. I am a big fan of gaudy, like, wallpapers, just not this type, not my brand. So,
well, fantastic. Well, thanks so much, Jonathan. I'm looking forward to a great conversation today, and I know that we're gonna do a little different format and talk a little bit back and forth, because I know you have a lot of questions and wanted to kind of look to define things and so forth. So I'm going to actually kind of turn it over to you and kick off some things and start ask me some questions, and we can kind of walk through it and go from there, and we'll just kind of make this more of a banter back and forth. Talk about all things the metaverse.
This is great. Full disclosure for any of you who've joined to hear what the great things Chime is doing in the metaverse. we're not there yet. So I don't have clear examples of what Chime is doing in the metaverse. Instead, I wanted, maybe next year, instead I wanted to kind of turn this into a 101 kind of preliminary conversation for those of you that are looking to start from the beginning, to learn a nice bit of background about what the metaverse is, to hear, Marty define some definitions, provide a little bit of insight, and, give those recommendations. I have a ton of questions. I am a fan of the metaverse from a user perspective. I'm a big gamer, so like I've actively participated in some of the sandbox alphas, a couple of different blockchain related games I've gotten into. So just really excited to get a little bit of a better understanding about the marketing side of things and where that intersection.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, and it's been a big question with, we talk to 12 to 15, Fortune 500 brands every week, my team and I, and I would say just in general, the first quarter was so much about education, and I think it still is. It was, what you're starting to see now is that there were some early adopters that wanted to get in quick, and then there's some other folks that were like, hey, what is this? I know everybody's talking about it. How do we define it? What do we want to do? And we're now starting to see the execution of some of those strategies from that learning between Q1 and now Q2. And I think that's something from my perspective that's been pretty exciting to see. So
that's great. And I've been part of a lot of great conversations recently where brands have been talking about brands I wouldn't have even expected to get involved into the metaverse, because I think a lot of times, at least what I thought initially was like, oh, you need to have some sort of like parallel to maybe the gaming sector or be some sort of social platform to really have success in the metaverse. But hearing so many great stories about brands that health brands, like fitness brands, like that found their niche in a way to make that successful and created their own space. So yeah, would love to talk more about that. But just to kick things off, I think let's start with defining the metaverse, right? We have a lot of I feel like it's an evolving kind of definition. I'm surprised to hear, what I thought was predominantly Web3 based companies that are being built out were only the metaverse, but then we have this notion of centralized or Web 2 metaverses. So would love to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is a slide, thank you for sharing, that we talk about a lot when we're, during our initial conversations with brands that maybe, are a little, little nervous about what it is. And they've heard this term, the metaverse, and it's so, liberally used that I think it's something that really needs definition. And I think I touched on this a little bit earlier, but we really view the metaverse as two different distinct categories, and that is the centralized, as you mentioned, the decentralized. The centralized is Web 2 metaverse, and these are the companies that everybody's heard of. They have the scale and the reach, the Robloxes, the Fortnites, the Minecrafts, the Metas. They have huge audiences. They're not a low barrier to entry, I might add. I mean, you're talking a mid, a low 7-figure investment. You can definitely do it for under that. But I mean, I think, some of the things that you're seeing right now have been really exciting. But it is controlled by corporations, right? There's when we say centralized, it is someone's making the decision how much the creators are getting, what the rules are. It's really the business model. I think that from a marketer perspective, I have a friend who runs a big design company and build company, doing a lot in Roblox. And it's been fascinating to learn that certain brands that you wouldn't think have an audience there, are going in there and they're actually making a nice return on their investment. Now, not all of them, and I'd say they're more the exception than the rule, but the ones that have been able to figure it out have been making some significant, income from these. So there, I think that there are definitely, opportunities to play within the space, but I think, one of the things we always talk about is authenticity. So if it's authentic to your brand and it resonates with the audience and the community, and it's authentic to the community and they're enjoying it and leveraging it, then I think you've hit the nail on the head. But it's really, the creators are relying on those platforms. Within the decentralized Web3, it opens up a whole new, number of opportunities from ownership. I mean, these are real economies. I think, it's built on the blockchain. There are, NFTs, which, is again, another loosely, used term. Is pretty much anything and everything within a blockchain decentralized experience, whether it's land or building or wearables or what you think of as an NFT, but it really gives it that functionality that really is a big difference, because what you can and can't use within the decentralized metaverse to open up and unlock so many different opportunities is really a big key about the decentralized metaverse. But on top of it, and then you see, I think I mentioned these brands, Decentraland, Sandbox, you talked about being in season 1, and Sumnum Space is another one. They all offer different experiences, but at the end of the day, they're community-based. They're all built on blockchain. There's digital land that you can purchase, that you can own, and just like it, in the real world, you purchase it and it can go up, but it can also go down, as we've seen recently. And I think that that's something to keep in mind as you see a lot of brands jump in. And we were talking to a brand that was considering buying land in the metaverse a couple months ago. And I'm not a big believer right now. I mean, I think if you're thinking of it from a long-term investment, that's different, and some brands are, but I know that it's a little different dealing in cryptocurrency. We deal all in, we remove that friction by dealing all in dollars and insertion orders. So I think that it's, there are ways around it, but it creates a tremendous amount of opportunities with it being decentralized than, the centralized aspect of it. But, an example is if you're building something in Decentraland, it has to get voted on by the community. Even your wearables has to be voted on by a committee in terms of whether or not it's, acceptable and so forth. So I think that's the biggest sort of difference between is the blockchain development and the utility value of what goes on within that, and the fact that it's not controlled by one corporation, but it's more community related. And it's really the those creators that are the primary beneficiary of that growth. So.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I've been following a couple of kind of NFT developers that are doing a similar thing in terms of the rights of those creative properties. Mm-hmm. It's almost like if you own a piece of that NFT or an NFT in that kind of larger scale of NFT category or brand, you're almost like a board member, right? Like everybody right. How the intellectual property is going to be leveraged, if people can make like an animated series using characters from these NFTs. It's really interesting that Decentraland is going that route. Now, Sandbox isn't quite the same there, right? I think Sandbox is more, you get in, you buy your land. I think they have like kind of an auction-based or direct sales system there. And then once you have ownership of the land, is it correct to say like you can do kind of whatever you want as long as it's falling into like general guidelines that are provided by the brand?
Yeah, more so, I think. And and you've also seen a lot of celebrities going in there. A lot of those have been, uniquely structured deals is what I'll say. But there does, it does allow for a lot more, but a lot more engagement to a certain extent, but not more engagement, but a different kind of engagement. But it's all gamified, right? It looks like Minecraft to a certain extent. So if your brand is comfortable, right, in that environment, then that creates, that's okay, but you have to be comfortable and you have to give up a little freedom as a brand to go into these environments of what your products and brands will look like within this environment. So that creates a different issue. But it's exciting.
Yeah, I was going to say I had the opportunity to participate in one of the Sandbox open alphas, and it was cool just there wasn't a whole lot of content at that point, but it was almost like getting ported into a town square, and like whatever direction you look, there's a different brand experience. It has its own look, its own feel. You can enter into it. And then the integration with the NFTs was really cool to walk into like a house over there, see everything. Right. Artwork. You could buy their artwork. So it's kind of interesting when we think about the overall metaverse and like how certain brands are embracing digital goods, but then translating that into real life goods as well.
Right.
I think there's going to be a lot of success there because folk won't feel like, oh, I'm only purchasing this digital thing that is only valuable maybe in this specific space. They'll have something physical and tangible to also, kind of go along with that.
Yeah, we call that digital twinning. It's called twinning. So you can actually buy the product in the metaverse, as an NFT that you can wear on your avatar, but then you can actually get that product shipped to you. So you can actually have a real life version, whether it's a jacket, a shirt, or shoes that are created. So there's, it's the technology, and I think I've touched on it before, is that, it's changing literally every day. And I think that that's one of the really exciting things about it is that, there is some gray here, but I was around in Web 1, and I think that the biggest difference is that, the internet was just being created then, truly, in terms of how we do things. And so I think it definitely, took a little while. not too long, but a couple of years to really take off. I think with the metaverse, we're just going to see it scale so quickly because the technology, the ad technology, blockchain development, it's just so much further along those lines. So, anyway, so you want to move on a little to, did I answer all those questions?
Yeah, I think that's great. I guess finally, like if we're going through the words to know, right? What is a simple way to explain to users that may not be familiar with the concept of Web3 in general versus Web2? Something easy that, will help foundationally get people to understand what the difference is. And, we're not really scaled out or really, I guess you could say mature from a Web3 perspective, right? So,
not at all. I'm sorry, were you going to finish that? Was there another?
No, that's it. Just like Web2 versus Web3. Like what are your thoughts there? And just in terms of the differentiation between, what we're dealing with right now, we're living and breathing Web2 versus what we hope to be Web3 someday.
Yeah, no. Well, it's, I'll tell you, it is, the thing that I always talk about, right, is as a marketer to grasp is that you're no longer advertising at consumers anymore. Right? You're inviting them in to experience your brand. And I think that to me is the biggest difference between Web 2 and Web 3 is that now I've got to really take a different perspective and I've got to really make that connection with the consumer in this new way that kind of tells my narrative and tells my story differently than if I'm just, whether it's a, performance related campaign or, it just gives you so many different opportunities for storytelling than you would within, the Web 2 experience as it exists today, or just traditional media perspective. And so I think that's the biggest difference between how marketers should think about Web 3 in particular. You can still get away with that with Web 2 a little bit, but it's still very gamified, right? It's not as realistic and as authentic as you may want, whereas Web 2 is still very gamey. Right. Web 3 is gamey. I won't say it's not, but I think it's also moving towards that direction of more realistic. Some of the new platforms I've been seeing coming out, like TGC World, is a very realistic graphical experience from a consumer standpoint. And I think that you're going to start to see more of those, and you see platforms with islands and more real estate that look like mansions in the space. So I think there's just so much coming down within a Web3 experience right now that it's just kind of a new world out there. It's a true economy as opposed to the gamified version of what we really think is Web2 and gaming from that perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the land plot buying component is really interesting to me as well. Just like seeing how much more expensive that has gotten over time versus when I looked at it, even like a year ago, and then I'm also contemplating maybe I'll buy a plot of land in the metaverse because it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that in real life. And we'll just make sure, it's not decorated with this wallpaper.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the great news. You can change it as often as you want. You don't have to call a contractor to get it done. Or you'd have to get a builder, which are just as equally as hard to find now as contractors. But yeah, that's really an interesting, concept. I think now on a personal level, I think that there's great buying opportunities out there. But it's still risky, right? It still is, and it's not inexpensive. Yes, it's less expensive now, but it is still, the real dollars. It's even though it's cryptocurrency, you still have to convert real dollars into cryptocurrency and then, go in and buy it. It's not so straightforward. You definitely need an education to be able to go out and do it. And I think that's one of the other things that I think is really different with Web3 and Web2 is that there's a higher learning curve for consumers. And I think it's really important for brands to remember that is that even though it's web-based, it's not as easy, for a consumer to actually execute transactions and participate. So Decentraland and Sandbox, for example, Sandbox you actually have to download. Decentraland is all browser-based, which is great, and you can join as a guest. However, you really don't get the same experience unless your wallet is connected. So therefore, without that wallet, you're not getting if you and I were in Decentraland and you had your wallet connected and I didn't, I was just joining as a guest, you would have a different experience than I would. You wouldn't be able to interact with the brand experiences as much or the overall experience within Decentraland. And I think that once there starts to get more mass adoption with cryptocurrency, and wallets being connected within the metaverse in Web3 in general, I think that you're going to start to see a much greater adoption by consumers and then brands. But it is, I do want to recommend that if you do something from a brand perspective within the metaverse as a Web3 perspective, that you take the time to make sure that you educate your consumers about what it is and what they have to do to really fully engage with your experiences there, not just cater to the audience that's there, but to bring in new consumers. And then once they're there, help direct them on what they should be doing. Don't just assume that everybody's going to know to go up the stairs because there's stairs there. But why would I want to go up the stairs? What's up there? What am I going to see? How should I do this? And even just some pre-marketing materials about even using social media, to get the best experience, connect your wallet. What does that mean? And, showing consumers what they need to do to enter this. And I think once we start getting that adoption and brands starting to drive that adoption, or whether it's entertainment of any kind, I think you're going to start to see it really take off. So that's kind of my biggest, different differentiator between Web3 metaverse and Web2 is I think, people are really kind of familiar, and it's kind of, it's continued to peak in Web2 from an audience perspective, but the next iteration is really that is Web3, and it's going to change so much. Right now, we're seeing we're at the as I say that the first half inning of the metaverse, because I think it's going to blow everybody's mind in 6 months and a year from now what we're going to be able to do from the underlying blockchain technology than what we can do in Web2, and I think that's the biggest game changer.
Yeah, completely agree there, and I think for anybody watching right now, go out, download MetaMask, try out having a digital wallet, just acclimate yourself. It can be a little confusing the first time, even when I did it. I'm a gamer, I'm a little bit more tech savvy. Definitely took me a little while to figure it out and get acclimated with it. But then once you do, it's really not that bad. And that technology,
it's seamless at that point.
It will continue to get easier and easier too. I feel like with anything that's brand new, right? We're going to find out ways to make that barrier of entry, less. You won't have to be a technical expert as you had to be a little while ago, and now it's much more manageable. And
no, absolutely. And there's technologies that are coming out that make it much easier for you and kind of do it in dollars and the conversion. So it's getting there. And once I think we start, that tipping point will be when it really of mass adoption, when it just really becomes so easy to do that it's not as confusing. But honestly, even from my perspective, it's still a little confusing depending on what you're trying to do. And, connecting wallets up and being able to buy things is just it's not so straightforward as you would think.
Yeah. So great. I think brands that are a little nervous about entering into the decentralized areas, you do have a lot of those well-established centralized metaverses like Roblox, like Fortnite. So maybe that's a good way to start out. And then as you're kind of thinking about decentralized metaverses in the future. So great. Wanted to ask a little bit more questions, as somebody on the brand side or somebody within a marketing sector, what are some of the questions as somebody working in those spaces that they should be asking before deciding to test out a brand experience within the metaverse?
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost, as I think I stated a little earlier, first and foremost, make sure that you've planned enough time. I think marketers in general, between them and their agencies, or marketers in general, assume that things will, that the time window can just be made shorter. Within the metaverse, it really isn't. You are literally building and constructing, and no different if you're redoing your bathroom. You can't put your nice toilet and your shower and tile up until the wiring is in and the framing is up and the plumbing is in, and that takes time. It doesn't just happen overnight as much as you want to see the end result. I think that's one thing to take in consideration, and think about what you're going to be building and really what's the purpose of the build, right? What is the experience I want the consumer to have, but have a longer term vision. And this all ties together because the shorter window you give yourself of building, the more and more you're going to have to compromise what you are able to build because of the time, if you're up against a specific deadline of actually getting to launch. And so if you don't take those into consideration, they start to add up, and suddenly now, where you came with this big idea of all these things that you wanted to do, you really have to scale it back because it A, may cost more than you anticipated, or B, it takes too long and you're working up against a deadline and you can't have both. And so I think that that's really important to consider. And then the other thing that really is important is when you're building out an experience, think of it as an experiential marketing type of event. You're producing an event. It just happens to be digital and it happens to be in the metaverse. And when you have people coming to an event, you've got to keep giving them a reason to come back. You can't just build something and they will come. They might, but if they come and you don't give them a reason to come back, then they're not going to come back, right? Once I've already been through a quest and I've received my NFT or recruit, whatever reward it was, I'm done. Why do I need to come back if there's nothing different? I think you've seen I think Samsung's done a great job of kind of doing this in iterative processes. Come back soon. We're going to make some changes. You can reskin things, you can add new quests, you can build on top of what you've already done and, turn that into the experience, right? So now you're building multiple experiences and bolt-ons to what you've already got. So now you've got a deeper experience so that when new consumers come in, they can stay longer within an environment. So I think you really have to be deliberate about what you're doing and thinking about it, but it still gets back to testing and learning, right? Don't go in expecting that everything's going to be perfect. And you're going to be able to measure everything exactly how you want it, but more so, what do we want to do? Taking a long-term vision to it and like phase it, right? Phase 1, we're going to do this. Phase 2, we're going to do that. And then beyond that, what is the long-term vision that you want for the space? We talked a little bit, I think, about buying land versus renting land, and I said I'm a big proponent right now of brands to rent land because you don't know if Decentraland or Sandbox are going to be the biggest thing in a year from now, right? They could be, there's multiple platforms being built right now that you don't even know about. They could come out and could be exactly what you want. And if you've bought land somewhere, you're really kind of stuck, for right now. And so I think, it's a good idea to maybe take, if you do want to do that, to really have a central focal point and sort of a headquarters in the metaverse, but then be able to also test out in all these other metaverse platforms that are being launched and see what engages those consumers. It may be better for your brand. And so don't think that everything right now is the end all be all and you have to jump in right now. I think it's a good idea and an opportunity to test and learn so that when these new platforms come up and as you figure out what works and doesn't work, you'll be that much smarter when it is really scaling. And it's going to be really hard and expensive. It's going to be an expensive lesson the longer you wait, because the longer you wait, it's going to just cost more money to do those builds and experiences. And then how do you really, how do you build off of anything if it's your first time in and you can make mistakes that you don't want? And that's one of the things when we really help guide brands in. It's not just like about, you can go out and you can go to Decentraland, you can go to one of their builders and they'll build you. They'll show you what they've built and they'll say, what do you want to build? And you tell them and they'll build it for you. But they're not going to provide the strategy, the long-term thinking, the understanding of what your product is and your service. They'll build you what you want. And so that's one of the things that we really try and focus on is really providing a full service experience in terms of what you should be building, where you should be building, why there's benefits of each, and then what you should be doing to bring people in from an experience and then continuing to do it. So it's, I think there's lots of different ways, but I think that, from my perspective, that's kind of, in talking to different brands and what they're doing is, all the time is exciting. And I think you even mentioned this too, is that some of the first brands that we've had, as clients and coming out are not who I would have originally gone after. And I love the fact that there's, CPG brands and food brands and all these brands that I would have never even thought of from my, putting my sales hat on, like, that's the first brand we should go after. So it's just so exciting to see these brands taking risks to a certain extent with their brand and really getting into and leaning into the metaverse and Web3.
It's great. I'm really excited to see how like these sort of strategies evolve, and if different teams internally one day are dedicated to content in the metaverse, and other teams, wearing wearable goods and all that, and other teams are dedicated to creating those experiences. Maybe these will be teams in-house one day that kind of operate similar to what we do at social. And then I think that's a great thing. Like, think of any emerging social platform, how it's relatively cheap, from the get-go when it's brand new. But then once you have all the brands jumping on board, you have CPM skyrocket and just like.
Exactly. And you have the audience. And so the scales there, and it gets expensive really fast, And that's actually a really good, analogy is that your social media and content, think of it as that kind of a strategy. It's like, you're not going to produce one piece of content every month. You've got to stay true to what's happening in the real world. You've got to be, on top of things, and you've got to have a strategy and figure all that out ahead of time and plan it out. And that's very similar to what you need to do in the metaverse as well.
It's great. I'm a big Japanese animation nerd, and there's a movie called Summer Wars that's actually really interesting. There's two. There's one called Summer Wars and another one that more recently came out called Belle. But both interpretations of the metaverse in those two movies are that like somebody emerges as like the winner, and essentially, let's say like a Facebook, even though I don't know if they're going to win this one, but we'll see. There's like one predominant metaverse and everything is integrated into that. Your bank accounts, your experiences, like different brands, like it's all in a centralized place. And your digital avatar kind of exists in the metaverse the same way you would exist in real life. And you go to these, and it's all fully integrated. I think from a technical perspective, that is probably going to be very difficult to do in terms of creating that, but we'll see one day. It's just a very interesting interpretation there.
I think that's the goal, Jonathan. I think that's the goal, right? If anybody's seen Ready Player One, everybody's like, when's it going to be that? Well, I mean, it's going to take a while before we get there. I mean, you can already kind of do interoperability, like Decentraland is web-based, as is Sumnum Space, so you can actually jump out into a Web 2 experience, and you can drive in. All you need is the coordinates, so you can do that to some extent. There's just not enough metaverse, platforms right now to really jump into. And I think, this centralized versus decentralized is going to be more of a challenge than just the decentralized. And it'll get there.
Yeah.
It's just when, and, it's such an exciting ride right now. So everybody hang on, because like I said, 6 to 12 to 24 months, it's going to be just vastly different than it is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. What are some of the ways you've seen brands like really just take advantage of their experiences in the metaverse? Do you have any like really great examples that you could share?
The best example that we as a company, as an organization, that we've seen was actually in Decentraland Fashion Week, and I can't remember what the brand. I think I'm not going to say the brand because I'm not sure what it was, but I can describe it to you. It was a nightshade. Okay, it was a cream you put on at night that would make your skin softer and better and improved. And how do you communicate that in the metaverse, right? How do you communicate that value prop in the metaverse? And we really loved, and I really loved the fact that they didn't do some great build, right? They didn't do something crazy or host a big concert or something to talk about their brand and get people there. They actually just had, I believe it was their logo floating above a space, nothing big built on it. There's a hole you jumped into and dropped down. And there was all this ethereal music and, light music, and made you feel really kind of, in a mellow place. And they had some videos that, talking about the brand a little bit. But then if you had your wallet connected and you were able to, I believe it was a POAP, which is a proof of audience attendance, is what's used in Metaverse 3 to show that you were actually there and you can receive something like either, through your wallet. And when you did that and you walked out of the experience, you actually had like a glowing aura around your avatar to show that you had, as a wearable, that you were now glowing because you went through this nightshade experience. And it didn't talk about their brand. It didn't talk about, the value, maybe a little bit about it, but it was the experience. And then there was something that the consumer received as a result of it that was unique. The only place you could get it was by going through this experience. And I think that's the utility value. And then those wearables, I think, are really, the utility values that I think brands really underestimate the value of the utility value of an NFT, as a wearable or as an NFT to access unique, meet and greets or access different parts of your build and leveraging it. And then as a longer term, almost like it's the next iteration of the loyalty program, because now you have that two-way communication, even though it's anonymized, fully anonymized with the consumer, you do know something about them from their wallet, and you are able to go in there and now drop something if they come to another experience or invite them to another experience, and even off-world in real world experiences. So, it's not just such a linear, it's just only in the metaverse, but you can actually, throw an event in the real world that's tied into the metaverse. And I can actually float back and forth between the two by using an NFT or a wearable that I've been able to purchase within that. And so I think that you really need to kind of take, there's going to be a paradigm shift of what this really is and how this is interconnected. It's not just through the metaverse, but it's also the real world and the metaverse. And how do you as a marketer connect that into these tangible, real world experiences? And I think that's one of the really exciting things that I see is really this ecosystem that's going to expand as a result of it.
It's great. And I think it's important for marketers to know as well, like, how are you engaging users, not only in your metaverse experience, but outside on some of your other channels. So thinking about
Right.
integrated marketing and how you're working with social, how you're working with influencers to kind of like, you know, get the word out there, the experience they have in the metaverse, going back to promoting the brand. So, you know, just, it's not just in that space. It can be incorporated into a number of different marketing channels as well. Cool. So I think we're coming up.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marty.
We got about 9 minutes left. No. I was gonna say, I think we've got a little bit of time yet still.
Cool. So what do you see as being the future of the metaverse? So we've talked about, you know, a lot about what it is today. I know for me, I think one of the significant barriers of entry into more in-depth experiences, as always, is usually technology, right? We're waiting for AR and VR technology to really catch up and become more integrated and convenient into our day-to-day. I think right now, as an Oculus 2 owner, as much as VR is very cool and doing things like VR chat and VR gaming, you still have to put on this hefty headset, you know, doesn't quite fit over the glasses very well. Battery life isn't great. So what are your thoughts about the future of the metaverse and like what that eventually, or you hope it will eventually become?
Yeah, I think Charles is going to talk a little bit about that right after us. And I'd be interested to hear what he has to say in terms of it. He has he's been in the space a really long time and has a great perspective. But I really see it as, you know, this new channel that is going to incorporate a number of different online and offline experiences for consumers and brands that doesn't exist today. And I think that, you know, for me, it's that underlying foundational technology that blockchain brings to the table and smart contracts bring that is going to change so much of our life that we can't even envision it right now. I know a lot of people are thinking about it, but I think it's just as you know, as much as the internet changed our world, I think the metaverse is going to change our world in an equally impactful way, but in a very different way. And I think it's about that interconnectivity between offline and online, and it's going to be more seamless. And I'm really interested to see where it goes. I mean, you know, there's, you know, AR, there's VR, there's, you know, just traditional web-based browsers and the reality of it. And it's, you know, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I think everybody thinks that it's all going to be, you know, with an Oculus or, you know, some sort of a headset on, but I don't believe that. I mean, I think there's just going to be so many ways that it's going to affect consumers and brands' lives from a technology standpoint and utility value standpoint that they're, you know, going to be really surprised at how it has changed their lives. And then on the VR perspective, I mean, I think that is one area that's going to take off. It's not going to be for everybody. By any stretch of the imagination. I know I personally do get, you know, motion sick having a headset on, or, you know, watching my kids play a game and they're in the first person shooter mode. And I'm like, I'm nauseous. I can't watch them play. And even, you know, on a personal level, when I'm in those modes, I get motion sick, and that's just not a fun experience. And I think a lot of people are like that. So I think it's going to be a while before, you know, VR really takes off and gets mass adoption, but it'll always have a strong audience. So that's kind of my thought on it. So
very cool. Yeah, it's great that we now are.
I'm just one guy out here, you know, selling the metaverse.
Yeah, it's great that we have all these different kind of.
I have a little delay.
Oh, a little delay on my side. Might be the hotel internet. Are you hearing me now? Okay. Yeah, it's a little choppy on my end too, but we'll power through it. I guess in terms of metrics, so this is another big thing that brands are asking. They have their, you know, they have their strategy. They're figuring out how they can create a brand experience within the metaverse. What are the KPIs? How are they measuring for success? I know we had some speakers earlier that kind of talked a little bit about that, but what are ways that brands are saying this was a successful test or this was an unsuccessful test? And what do you think the perception should be, maybe even if the numbers aren't showing, you know, crazy lift or engagement or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the $1 million question. You know, KPIs, I think KPIs and targeting also, I think, is a big question right now in the metaverse in terms of how do I target, because everything's anonymized and so forth. But, you know, from a KPI and success standpoint, I think you have to really temper what the expectation is and manage up right now, right? You have to really set realistic expectations, knowing that you may be way off base, both positively and negatively. And that's why I think testing and learning is so important, Jonathan, because right now we don't know what those answers are. We don't know what's good. And until you actually get in there, and I think you talked about this, which is right, get in there and play. You can't do it unless you dip your toes in the water, see what you can do and how it applies to your business, and figure out if it worked or not. And that's really the stage that we're at right now, is that there's just no definition of it. And how many times in our careers as marketers and folks that are within the space, bringing brands into this, do we have to really kind of have an impact on what happens within the space? And it's a really unique time within all of our careers right now to be able to jump in and say, I was a part of this. And I was able, this happened as a result of, my efforts in this campaign that I did. Now it's, now that's more of a more common phrase. I have actually a friend, this is going way back, who basically created the name Rich Media because they were selling this technology to a client, and they were paying them a lot of money, and the client wanted to call it something, and they were like, no, this is our product, and that's not what we want to call it. And had to come back and go like, well, they're paying us a lot of money, and this is what they want to call it. So suddenly that's what it became. And that's what Rich Media is today. And so I think that, not that it's all about the almighty dollar, but I think that, being able to say that you did that and, at this juncture and be able to participate in it and, in 20 years, look back and go, hey, I was around when, the metaverse was just starting, and look where it is now. And it's no different than the internet, right? And to see how far and the journey is and what's changed and how it's impacted your life, I think is really an exciting time. So I think it's, as brand marketers, it's an exciting time to be able to get in there and to test and learn. I think you really, I think you said it well, you just got to get in there. You've got on a personal level too. I think that's one of the things also that we see from a brand marketer standpoint is the education. Is we're doing actual walkthroughs within like a Decentraland. And it's, even though marketers are talking about, they aren't actually dipping their toe in and actually physically going in to see what it's like. Yep. And I think that's really what they have to do, is really get in there, even if it's a bad experience, even if it takes them a little time and they don't understand it, get in and see what it's like, because that's what your consumers are going to be experiencing. And what would you do differently as a brand marketer? And that's how we've kind of taken this approach also, is like, we as consumers have gone in and see different, activations, and we're like, well, why do I want to do that? Or how do I get out of here? Or why do I want to go into that room? And we're like, well, we need to be more thoughtful when we're guiding our brand partners, like, make sure you're doing this. And that's, I think it's about being that thoughtfulness that you can only get as being a consumer in the experience.
Yeah, that's great. This has been such informative conversation. So thank you so much for doing a little bit of reversal of roles here. And
I love it. I love it.
I did want to kind of ask about if people could stop calling me during this very I did want to ask about, like, if brands or marketers in general, wanted to learn a little bit more and kind of interact and see a little bit more about how AdMix can help them get more involved in this experience. Did you want to talk a little bit about, like, how do we engage with AdMix? How do you reach out? What services do you provide as an organization to help, brands?
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I never get that question asked, so I appreciate it. I'm used to always having to do it. And this has actually been a lot of fun because it's great because, we do have a lot of that experience. So it's nice to be able to share that in this environment. But yeah, listen, you can reach out to me, Marty, at admixplay.com. You can go to our website right now, but we're in the process of rebranding. So it's not very Web3 focused, and AdMix is not really screaming Web3. So I just want to put that caveat out there, because we did actually have that come out on a client call the other day. Like, we went to your website, but I think once they find us talking to them about no summer than what we just did right now, Jonathan, you see that we're thoughtful, that we're authentic about what it is that we do. We're going to say and suggest what you should and shouldn't do. It's obviously up to the brand, but we're here to help guide that process and make sure that you don't make mistakes. But there are going to be mistakes that are made. And I think, what we really offer is a very simple process. It's all dollar-based. It's all insertion order or agreement-based. So we take that friction out of it. And we have a very simple value prop. We own land, so we can either lease it to you, lease to own, buy it outright for you, help that and figure out what environment is the right environment. Then it's about building. We have one of the biggest building teams in the space right now. And so it's about understanding that dynamics, how and what you should and shouldn't do, and how long it's going to take realistically to get things done. And then it's about that activation and extension. So it's a full stack offering so that you're not really left up to creating the strategy on your own and having to go and learn, but working as a partner. We really want to be seen as a partner, not a vendor, because you've really got to get in. And I can tell you what we're about to launch tomorrow it takes a village, right? It's not just a, hey, this is what you should do or what you can do. And it's about learning and figuring it out together and as you go through that process. But thanks so much for asking, Jonathan. I appreciate that.
No problem. And I think you should move away from dollars and into Marty coins. So
Marty tokens. There we go.
Marty tokens. Hopefully we don't
tokens.
have to change like a Binance coin for something else to get the Marty tokens. Hopefully it's available on all major exchanges.
I'm in. Thank you, Jonathan. Enjoy
problem.
the rest of MAU.
Thank you. Will do. And thank you so much for the conversation. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Thanks. And now we're gonna switch gears and we're gonna bring in Charles Adkins, who's our VP of Global Marketing at AdMix, and he's going to talk a little bit about his vision of the future of the metaverse. Charles has got just a tremendous wealth of information about the space. He's seen so much and can talk a little bit about how we view the metaverse today and beyond. And I'll leave it to you, Charles. And thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah, definitely, Marty. Good to be here.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
We'll see you. Well, everybody, it's been a great day from everything that I've seen so far. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, my name is Charles Adkins. I'm currently the Global VP of Marketing here at AdMix. I actually started in tech in the 90s, so I tell people one of my first clients was Yahoo. That gives you an idea of how old I am. I'm sure many of you were around for the first cycle of that. I've been dug deep in this space for quite a long time, and I think that's something that is kind of my superpower, is the ability to spot these cycles and really see how exciting this space actually is. And I get asked the question all the time, how early are we? And a lot of people tend to tell me, we're basically, 1996. We're at the AOL stage of where the internet cycle was. And for me, I think that's, far further than where I would put it. For me, I see this as kind of 1986. There was TCP/IP as far as a protocol. There was no www. You couldn't go into a search browser and basically, find anything that you wanted to do, before we brought on those protocols. And that kind of is the same for the metaverse right now. Is, we have a lot of different virtual lands out there. A lot of them don't interoperate because we don't have a standardized protocol just yet. So kind of to the point what Marty was just saying is, you might be building or renting in one space, and maybe you find out in the future that's not the right space. But hopefully by that time, we will have an interoperable protocol. I do know some universities are working on that we may have a standard avatar protocol that allows you to go into all of these virtual worlds, Web3 based, and traditional gaming based. You may walk around in Fortnite and transport yourself into Decentraland at some point, as long as that protocol is accepted by everybody. And is it okay to be this early? And I always say yes, and then quickly follow up with the example of Pizza Hut, right? Pizza Hut was one of the first brands to have a website. And why did they do it? You couldn't go on there and submit an order. You couldn't really do much on it. There was no inline images. There wasn't even a picture of a pizza on it. But what they were doing was they were collecting email addresses. That's the one thing you could do very well. So they got in the space, they, stood up their website and started collecting email addresses. And by the time email marketing was a thing, by the time they had an online ordering system, they had hundreds of thousands of email addresses. And that's where I feel a lot of things in the metaverse are. If you 10 years from now, if you were one of the first people in the space and you now have 10 million wallet connections into your location, you're going to have a far advantage over somebody that starts in the year 2028 or 2030, for example. It's like being in Facebook advertising in 2008 when they first launched the program. And you see how fast that time goes by. People don't realize that it's been, 15 years plus since Facebook launched an advertising platform. And 15 years from today, we're talking, 2035, 2036. This is when big technology is going to be happening. So I think it's important for people to be in now. Another concern people always bring up is, the industry cycle and where people are. And, we've seen this market take a big dip, and that brings a lot of fear into people. But this is a typical industry cycle, not just a tech cycle. And I always use the story of auto manufacturing before the Great Depression. A lot of people don't realize there was over 600 automobile manufacturers before the Great Depression because it was such a new and exciting industry. And a lot of them took financial hits. A lot of them weren't building great products. There wasn't a standard way to do it. And they went out of business after the Great Depression. But what happened was the best talent consolidated, the best brands consolidated. A lot of the great companies were hiring the best talent out there. So as major brands, that's one thing I've been suggesting is don't put a freeze on future technology hiring, because right now a lot of these people in the space are, they're looking for work. They have great backgrounds, and this is where you can consolidate some of the best, tech talent in the industry. And kind of what I touched on before is being in now. It's you really want to get started on that data collection. It's going to be a single source of identification, so you're not really dealing with somebody on your loyalty app using 5 different email addresses, 3 different credit cards. This is going to be a single source, sovereign self-identity where people log in with their wallet. It's going to go across all of the interoperable, metaverses, and you'll be able to track that loyalty with more intentionality than just a basic Web2 based app. And the reason that we believe so deeply in the metaverse side, and with our whole background in gaming, and really one of the main reasons that I came into AdMix, I spent my entire year last year as one of the vice presidents at Polygon, which a lot of people know is a layer 2 blockchain. And we were part of the reason that we brought on DraftKings and Prada and Dolce & Gabbana. We brought all those brands into the NFT space, and now they're looking into the metaverse space as well. But what really attracted me to AdMix was the background in gaming, non-intrusive game activations, and that's something that's going to be so important when you're thinking about the metaverse, virtual worlds, and doing these activations. Like Marty said, you can't just put something up there and have it be your standalone forever. You may need to think about how to do mini games and how do you gamify your space. It's going to be a 3-dimensional website where you're going to want to make people excited to be there. And I always use Starbucks as an example as well. During the holidays, they have their holiday games, which are basically mini games, trivia, things that are fun to do. And people engage with the app far more just because of those simple games, where the rest of the year, typically it's just a basic app-based loyalty system. So the metaverse is that to the 10x level, because now you can gamify an entire space. It may be immersive with VR, AR, it may just be on a monitor game, but now you can gamify that loyalty and you can really see who's there every day. And that's why it's important to always think about having gaming in your back pocket and how you're going to make these things exciting, for the people to go and walk around in and do things. And when you have that activity what drives community. And I think a lot of brands are really striving to have that community out there. The community will strengthen a brand, but not every brand has a community. Some people just have great products and they don't necessarily need a whole community around it. But the metaverse is one way where it's going to enable some of these only product focused brands to create that activity through gaming. And then that gamification and that loyalty is what creates a really strong community-based loyalty. So that's another reason that I think being here at AdMix and being able to work on gaming all the way from Fortnite to Roblox to Sandbox, Decentraland, anything in a virtual world basis has been so exciting for me, and why it's been so exciting to talk to everybody here today. And, the future is definitely going to be fully interoperable metaverses, and we're going to have single sovereign identity where we're the ones that verify it. And then maybe we walk through all of these activations as our avatars, or as, a completely anonymous, vision to other people, but we've already verified ourselves through a basis where we're not sharing that with brands, but we'll be able to, age gate. And there's a lot of concern around how do we age gate people for alcohol and casino activations. And we can do all of that. We've done that in gaming and gaming advertising already. I think in-home computing is going to be something that comes back really strong. So that's something I think at the edge, if we're trying to render these high fidelity, those Ready Player One versions of a future that we think of, we're all going to have to participate in shared computing. And I know this is something in old school networking that people have done forever. You basically just run spider programs to see who it is in the office that's not using their computer, and maybe you use a little bit of their computing power. And I think a lot more people within society are going to have to utilize that shared computing power to render these incredible immersive environments at the edge. So that's something to also think about. And I think, we're not too far off from that. We're maybe 5-6 years away from something that can be fully immersive. We're probably 10 years away from really implementing 6G at a meaningful level and going past 5G, which is what we need now to run VR and AR really well. And then I think lastly, just keep things realistic. I mean, there's a lot of times it's just so much easier to, pick up a phone, send a text message or an email, and not, go to the Metaverse Uber stand and pick up a ticket and wait for your voucher and have them text you. And there's just a lot of things that I think could be simplified in this world. And, don't think the Metaverse is the solution for everything, because there needs to be some really thoughtful and meaningful processes that go into that. So I want to thank you all. This has been an incredible day. Thank you for joining us. If you want to reach out to AdMix, you can reach out to Marty at admixplay.com. You can reach out to me, charles.adkins at admixplay.com, or reach me on LinkedIn. Big shout out to all of our speakers today, our sponsors, and of course the audience, that's you. Be sure to check out Brand Innovator's website to learn about the upcoming events, and I hope all of you have a really great day. Thank you so much.